Hey everybody, we're starting early. We're starting about 15 minutes early, and why not? Because some of you are already here in the chat waiting, saying I can't wait, so I thought, well, let's start a little bit earlier. Hello everybody, welcome. My name's Mark. Welcome if you're a returning visitor. You know what this is all about. If you're brand new to my channel, watching this on the replay perhaps, or indeed even watching me live, welcome. I do fireworks. I'm in the UK, I'm in Manchester. I do fireworks professionally and as a bit of a hobby. And I've been streaming, this is I think the 5th live stream in about the past 6 days. I'm preparing a lot of things for, I've got 2 displays coming up, one on Sunday in Liverpool and one on Tuesday closer to home here in Manchester. And I've been doing lots of prep on those streams for my fountain tables. So we've covered fountains to death, we've covered candles to death, pretty much. We're going to look at cakes tonight, cakes and barrages. So that's what we're going to be doing. So if you've got any questions at all about firework cakes, barrages, this kind of thing, big, small, whatever, then I'll be happy to answer them on this stream. Let's catch up on a bit of chat though, because chat has been flying. First person into the chat this evening was baby Lisa. She says hello. Hello Lisa, I hope you're feeling better. I know you weren't feeling great yesterday. Brad is here as well. Brad, not watched this channel in a while, will be tuning into this. Thanks Brad, welcome back. Nice to have your company this evening. Baby Lisa says hashtag fireworks. Yes, we used to let's come up with some quite wacky and creative hashtags during the course of these streams. I can't remember what they were last. There was quite a funny one last night. And I can't remember what it was. Somebody might remind me in the chat. Adam is here. Adam Myers. Hi Mark, I'm good and early for your tutorial. I find them early. Yes, you are early, and that's one of the reasons I started my stream early, for people like you who are here and keen and ready to go. So welcome in, Adam. I'm pleased you enjoy my streams and find my tutorials exciting. Very good. Baby Lee says not a lot of fireworks going off today. I've had a few fireworks go off in the local area today. We are kind of getting into that season. We're very close to Halloween now, and Diwali, and fireworks are readily available from various retailers. So yes, people are setting them off. In fact, I actually went out today and bought some fireworks, some more fireworks. We'll talk about that again in a bit. Joseph is here, Joseph Leader, and here we are again, ready and waiting for some big banging pyro by proxy. I like that. Hashtag pyro by proxy. That's got to be the hashtag of the stream so far. Thanks for that, Joseph. Hashtag pyro by proxy. I like that. From the one and only Great Marko. Brad says we have tons of fireworks going off in my town last year on bonfire night. It's like a war zone in my neighbourhood every year. Yeah, I think that's happened. That's been a lot more noticeable, I think, ever since COVID, because obviously once COVID hit, all the public displays everywhere got cancelled. So people, if they wanted to do fireworks, had to do them in their own gardens. And people have kind of rediscovered a bit of a love for doing fireworks in their back gardens. And so since COVID, whilst some displays have restarted, some professional displays, a lot of them haven't. Like here in Manchester, the City Council used to do, I think, 3 big displays across Greater Manchester. They don't do those anymore. So more and more people are doing them in the back gardens, which is kind of, I like it, it's nostalgic. But it kind of goes against what the messaging has been for several years, which has been it's safer to go to an organised display than have fireworks in your back garden. And yet they've cancelled all the organised displays, so go figure. But yes, lots of people do fireworks in their back garden again now. It was kind of dying out, but ever since COVID, it's kind of it's taken off again, which I quite like. So Brad, it was crazy in 2020 because when all this... Yeah, that's exactly what I was just saying, Brad. You were ahead of me there. Yes, in 2020 because all the displays got cancelled. Everyone just brought in their own pyro in bulks. That's true. Let's have a look. Baby Lee says, obviously where Marco lives, he lives near dogs. I think some of the neighbours have dogs, but I'm not aware that I particularly live in a particularly doggy area compared to anybody else. Craig says cakes, smiley face. Craig says good evening everyone, hope you're all well. Hi Craig, welcome in. Nice to have your company again here. I'm sat down for this stream, so I've been standing up in all my other streams. I thought tonight I'm going to take a load off and sit down. This makeshift table of OSB boards is actually kind of a nice height for leaning on. I've still got the camera at the same kind of height, so you can still see what I'm doing on the table down here. So I appreciate it doesn't sort of show me my best light. It kind of does highlight my head quite a lot, but when it's not about me, it's about the fireworks. There we go. Joseph said, cakes is where it's at. I live for cakes. David said, David from Wales. Again, hello, Marco. Hello, David. Welcome back in. Brought my hat with a light on, ready for bonfire night. Or bought my hat with a light on. I thought I read that as brought. I thought you were wearing a hat with a light on for my live stream, which is dedication. Get you into the firework kind of spirit. But no, bought my hat with the light on, ready for bonfire night. Yes, absolutely. Nottinghamshire Pyro is here. Going to be letting off a couple of rockets on Halloween. Yes, fireworks are becoming quite popular on Halloween. I guess because obviously it's so close to bonfire night and Diwali and things like that, and they're readily available. You go into a shop and it's either Halloween or bonfire night stuff, or indeed lots of Christmas stuff appearing in the shops, which is unusual. It's getting earlier and earlier each year, because it used to be Halloween, and then as soon as Halloween's over, then it's Christmas. But Christmas seems to be coming like in August now in the shop. So anyway, who knows? 3D printer guys back. Evening, Mark and everyone. How are you all? I'm very good, thank you. 3D printer guy. Well, I say I'm very good. Still got sore throat. Still got guitar. We plough on though. We continue. Michelle the quilter is here. Hello, Michelle. Are you baking tonight? No, no, not that kind of cake. Firework cake, sometimes called barrages. Affectionately, well, like the barrage is the official name. We technically sort of refer to them as cakes, and we'll talk about why we call them cakes in a little bit. There we go. Baby Lisa says hashtag pyro by proxy. Everybody's saying hello to each other. 14 people here already. I wasn't going to stream till 9 o'clock, which is another 8 minutes away, but I saw quite a few of you in the chat, so I thought let's start a little bit early for you guys who are here, and hopefully subscribe to my channel so you guys did actually get a notification when I went live. If you're new to my channel and didn't get a notification, make sure you're subscribed. Make sure you've enabled all notifications. If you just enable selective notifications, YouTube just sometimes won't notify you when I put content out. But if you enable all notifications, then you should get a little ping or an email or whatever when I go live. So there we go. So yes, why do we sometimes call barrages cakes? Well, cakes are basically a combination, a Roman candle combination. So a Roman candle is a single shot tube. So a single shot would be technically a Roman candle. These things here, Roman candles. But when you get them all together, so single shots all together, all fused together, like this in a barrage, we affectionately call them cakes, because Roman candles, lots of candles together. Where do you get lots of candles together? Traditionally on a birthday cake, and that's why we sometimes call them cakes. I tend to call them cakes rather than barrages. Barrages, though, is the technical term. In fact, actually, I think battery of shot tubes or battery of Roman candles is technically, let's see what it says in here, battery of shot tubes on that one. Let's see, do they all say battery of shot tubes? Battery of shot tube, singly. Battery of shot tube, that's a shot tube singly as well. These ones said shot tubes. So I don't know which one the correct one is. This one says battery of shot tubes. So some say tubes, some say tube. Battery of shot tubes. Battery of shot tubes. Battery of shot tubes requiring external supports. So yeah, that's why we call them cakes. 3D printer guy says I called them cakes too. Aldi staff the other day and they look confused. Yes, they're just fireworks, aren't they, to people who don't know the different names of them. A fountain is a firework, a candle is a firework, a shot tube is a firework, a mine is a firework, a cake is a firework. So yes, if you go into Aldi and ask for cakes, they'll point you to the bakery section, I'm sure. So there we go. Nottinghamshire Private says, I admit, Marco, those little Skycrafter cakes hit hard, don't they? Yes, they do. I actually really like these. I really rate these. Skycrafter, they're only 12 shots. 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7, 8, 9, 10, 11, 12, which is why they're not square. These are the ones here, like 12 shots, 16 shots. So 12 shots, this is Button Moon. They do Immortal Jellyfish and Snowflake to Avalanche are the three. I really rate them. They're really punchy, really inexpensive, quite often overlooked because they're only 12 shots, but actually the performance of them is good. So this is Button Moon that I've got here. This has 85.2 grams of net explosive content, category F2, 12 shots, and the performance is described as red tail to red and green with white strobe, red tail to peach and lemon with white strobe, red tail to orange and blue with white strobe, and red tail to purple and yellow with white strobe. So lots of colours in here, some nice strobing effects. Really quite punchy, these Skycrafter cakes. I do kind of rate them. So yes, I agree with you on that. Nottinghamshire Pyro, they are good. David says my spelling is terrible. Sorry. No, not a problem. It's okay. I can work out what everybody's saying just about. So it's fine. Was pyro by proxy on the last stream? No, that's a new hashtag for this stream. Coined by who first said that. They didn't say it as a hashtag, but I made it into a hashtag. Joseph talked about pyro by proxy, so we've made that into a hashtag for this evening. Norfolk Pyro is here, so we've got Nottinghamshire Pyro and Norfolk Pyro is here. Hello, welcome back, Norfolk Pyro. Nice to have you here. Baby Lisa is feeling a little bit better, but still ill. Okay, well, I'm glad you're feeling a bit better, Lisa. That's good. Josie said I asked for cake in Aldi and walked out with an almond croissant. Yes, it's easy to do. How many tubes on the stream? A lot. I haven't worked out how many. Well, it will tell me on my spreadsheet. Let me just work out how many shots are in my displays. So in my Liverpool display, let's do that. Like this, just filter my spreadsheet. Total number of shots in my Liverpool display at the moment, select all, is hang on, I'm still filtering something on my spreadsheet here. What am I not filtering? I've got more fireworks than that. I've got a filter on somewhere. I'm filtering something somewhere. Okay, brand all. Oh, here we go. That's better. I was only showing things with quantities of 1. And as you'll know from my previous streams, I'm using stuff in quantities. So, right, okay, so for my Liverpool stream, I have got a total number of shots of, let me just add up this column. This column comes out to, it's very small on my screen to read. That is 1,246. Sorry, it's very small because I'm VNCing into another computer upstairs, and this is a very small MacBook, so my eyesight's good. Don't worry, but this was very, very small on my screen. So 1,246 individual shots in total. That's, you know, if you count up all the shots in the cakes and stuff. For my Manchester display, there's even more shots. Let me just filter that, and then we can add up the number of shots there. That is coming out at the moment at 2,482. So there we go. That's the shot count as it stands at the moment. It might change. I've still not got all my fireworks. I've had to do a little bit of shopping today because I'm still hoping to get some fireworks before Sunday. They've not arrived yet. The person that's meant to be delivering them isn't responding to messages, so it's got me a little bit worried. So I did go out today and buy some cheap cakes. I went to a different fireworks shop, a new fireworks shop I've never been to before, and yeah, it was an interesting experience. But anyway, I came back with 2 boxes of these from Gemstone Fireworks, 3 Wise Monkeys. There's 3 16-shot cakes in them. This was around a few years ago and it was called 3 Gems. It's now called 3 Wise Monkeys. I think it's pretty much the same. So 48 shots in total across 3 separate cakes. It worked out, I got 2 packs of these, it worked out at £5 per cake, which for a 16-shot cake I didn't think was too bad. The NEC of these is 108.8 grams, so 109 grams. So 3 of those in here, and I've got another box of 3 as well. So it's just to pad out it's for my Liverpool display a little bit, because some of the fireworks I'm hoping to get in time for Sunday. We're now on Tuesday and there's no sign of them yet, so I'm a little bit concerned they might not get here on time. So just as a kind of, if they don't, I went out and got some more little cakes today. So £5 each, these worked out at. They last about 25 seconds. Effects wise, they're okay. They're a bit punchy, a bit like the Skycrafter ones. There's nothing earth shattering, but they're going to pad out my display in the event that my other fireworks I'm expecting don't arrive. So yes, so I went to a new fireworks shop to get these today, because normally, I mean, I do shop around each year to find the best prices on things. Normally these are about £20 a box. I have seen these as expensive as £50 a box of 3. I have seen them being sold individually for about £20 each as well. Crazy. I managed to get 2 boxes for £30, which works out, say there's 3 cakes in each, works out at £5 a cake, which is actually not bad value. But I did have to go and trek to North Manchester for those and go to a fireworks shop that's not an all year round one, a seasonal one I'd not been to before, and it was an interesting experience. They didn't accept cards; they only accept cash. It wasn't exactly off the back of a van, but it also didn't sort of inspire me with a lot of confidence. Say, hey, I want to go back there and spend more money there. So, but anyway, I've come away with 6 more cakes to pad out this display a little bit in the event that my fireworks I'm hoping to be delivered before Sunday don't arrive before Sunday. So let's catch up on a bit of chat though, because I know I've just been rabbiting on a little bit. 3D printer guy saying that Arlie cakes are nice and edible kind. Yes, Lidl do some good pastries as well. And I was in Lidl a couple of weeks ago getting all my gaffer tape and stuff. I was quite impressed with their bakery selection. Nottinghamshire Pirate says lovely. Kamara Brocade Chris says any hashtag bag of clay bung bits tonight, Mark. I like that hashtag. If you don't know what that's about, you'll have to rewatch yesterday's stream when we it didn't occur to me that term hashtag, but I like that hashtag bag of clay bung bits. There may be some bags of clay bung bits tonight, Chris, we shall see. Brad, loving the red covering on top of those barrages. I think we need more brands to do that. I absolutely hate this stuff. Yes, it looks nice. It's good it's better than paper in that you can actually see the tubes. So from that point of view, it's a lot easier to see the tubes, to see if there's any damage to the tubes, which you obviously can't do with ones that have got a paper top. But that said, if you fire these and don't take this off, which you can do, you can fire these perfectly fine. They will shoot through this cellophane, no problem. This cellophane gets everywhere. If it gets wet, it will stick to your shoes. You'll find it on your grass for months to come. It's horrible stuff. Whereas at least the paper is readily kind of identifiable. This stuff, even though it's red, it kind of blends in with the grass at this time of year, especially with leaves on the ground. And I say it sticks to your shoes. I come away from displays and my shoes are just caked in bits of this red cellophane, but I do like it from the point of view as you can see exactly how many tubes are. You can see the tube arrangement as well. It's very easy to identify if a cake is straight firing or fan firing just by looking at this. We'll look at some bigger cakes in a bit that have this cellophane on. You can see the kind of arrangement of the tube, so it does give you kind of a sneak peek of how a firework's likely to perform. But yes, it's a nightmare to clear up, which is why I skim the top of the cakes, which we'll do in a little while as well. I've already skimmed a few of them. We'll skim some more of these as well. I'll show you that in a little while. But yeah, Chris, I do like that hashtag. Hashtag bag of clay bung bits. That we did that on yesterday's stream, so check out yesterday's stream and that hashtag will then make sense. I like we can do callbacks to different streams. It kind of gives a bit of continuity across all these mammoth live streams, and people will go back and watch and think, what clay bung bits? What's that all about? Okay. Right, Terry is here. Terry Parkinson, welcome back, Terry. Hello, good to have your company again. Good evening, Mark and all. Lol, small black MacBook. Yes, this is one of the original MacBook Air, so it's only like 11 inches or something across. I do have a bigger MacBook as well, but just when I'm doing fireworky stuff, I like to have something small and compact and things on. But my spreadsheet isn't actually on here. It's on another computer upstairs, so I kind of VNC into that. So, but it means it's very small on my screen to see my spreadsheet. So there we go. I should have brought your big MacBook. Yes, but then I run out of space on my makeshift OSB board table. So this one kind of works quite nice, and I can read chat no problem and things on here. But yes, this MacBook is getting on a bit now. It's I don't really use it much other than to do the live chat and things on here, because even I think the battery's even ballooning a little bit in it. Let me see if you probably can't. You can't even see, but the keyboard is kind of not as flat as it once was. It's kind of it happens with old things, and obviously I've only got this here whilst I'm here. I'm not charging this up and leaving this on whilst I'm not here. Obviously, with all these fireworks around, it would be unwise to have anything on charge when you've got fireworks around. So once I finish, I power everything down. I take the MacBook out of here, And then that way, you know, even if it were to catch fire overnight, which I'm not expecting the MacBook to, I've never had that happen to me before with a MacBook, but it's about minimizing risk. So anything that's on charge, everything gets turned off in here. Anything with a lithium battery or whatever gets taken out overnight. So little tip for you there. Baby Lisa says the whole of my family are watching. Well, hello to Baby Lisa's family. Welcome in. My streams are family friendly, so they are suitable for children. I don't do anything dangerous or illegal on my stream. So if you've got younger children that are interested in fireworks, interested in learning about the safe and responsible use of fireworks, then my channel is for you. I say it's all family friendly. There's no bad language. There's nothing inappropriate on the chat or on the streams. So you're very welcome in. Baby Lisa says, is Lidl the only place you shop for tape? Yeah, pretty much, because I buy it in bulk. Gaffer tape, where's my gaffer tape? Oh, it's under here. Let's see if I can reach it under my table. Rolls of 3M. I mean, 3M is a good brand. You guys have probably heard of 3M products. 50-metre rolls of gaffer tape from Lidl. Twice a year they have them in the middle of Lidl, and they are £2.49 for 50 metres, which is amazing, because normally if you buy a roll of this, it can be about £9–10. So to get them for under £2.50 is a bargain. So do I only get my tape from Lidl? Yeah, pretty much. But when I go in, I stock up for the whole year. So when I went in a few weeks ago, I think I bought 12 rolls, 20 rolls. I can't even remember how many I bought, a lot. Same with the double-sided tape that I use as well. That's 3M, that's from Lidl. And the aluminium tape as well I use is from Lidl as well. So yes, Lidl is kind of where I go to for all my tape, because you just can't beat that value. Can't find it cheaper anywhere else. You gone for any rockets this year, says Nottingham Pyro. So no, I don't do any rockets in my public displays. If you watch my stream, you'll see that I have done rockets. There are reviews of rockets and exclusive landed footage of rockets on my channel. And if you watch my New Year's Eve live stream at the start of this year, the end of last year, the start of this year, I built a big rocket rack and sent up a volley of about 60 large rockets at midnight, which was quite impressive. So I do rockets, but I don't use rockets in any of my public displays. Why? Because they're just too unpredictable. There's more risk of the rocket stick falling down and doing some damage, or sometimes even the rocket itself doesn't kind of fully disintegrate and bits of that can fall down on people, and their flight paths very difficult to accurately predict where a rocket's going to go. They track into the wind. There's just too many variables, and it's not worth the risk. And whilst yes, it's nice to hear that whooshing sound of a rocket lifting off in a display, it's not really worth the risk. And to be fair, you can get cakes now that do effects as good, or if not better, than rockets. So more hassle than they're worth, I think. So from a safety point of view, I don't actually use any rockets in my public displays. And I don't think you'll actually find a professional public display anywhere that uses rockets these days. So Baby Lisa, the only reason I shop in Aldi is for chocolate brownie. That sounds nice. Yes, 75 pence. That's a bargain. Got funky rockets this year, very cheap and good quality. Yes, I've seen footage of the funky stuff. As I said on my other stream, I haven't actually fired any funky rockets myself yet, but I do hear good things about them. So Baby Lee says, hashtag hide the cakes. Now an exploding Lipo would make a great firework. Well, I'd rather it didn't explode next to all these fireworks. So for that reason, I obviously don't keep the MacBook in here with these fireworks unattended. So the good thing about, well, I say the good thing about Lipos exploding, it's not a good thing. If a battery is going to explode, it will start to smoke and stuff first. There will be warnings. Most fires that occur through Lipo batteries exploding and catching fire are because they're in rooms that are unattended. So by moving this MacBook out of here and anything else I've got on charge overnight when I'm not here, then that's kind of one way I can mitigate risk. Mark, guitarist here, says, evening all, evening Mark. Thanks for your company. Thanks for your comments as well. I saw your comments on some of my streams yesterday, I think. I haven't got a chance to reply to those comments, but I will get round to those. So I appreciate you interacting and rewatching the live streams and commenting on them afterwards. And that's the great thing about YouTube. Even if you're not watching this live, or even if you are watching this live and you want to watch this again another time, it's going to be there for you to watch again and again. Adam says that's a really good idea. I think that's talking about taking batteries and not having things on charge in the same room as setting up fireworks. It's kind of common sense, isn't it? Anything you can do to take any source of ignition away from being in close proximity to fireworks is a good thing. Josie says my 9-year-old daughter is watching as well. She says she loves fireworks and toffee apples. Well, hello to Joseph's 9-year-old daughter. Joseph, if you want to say her name, I appreciate you might not want to, but if you want to say her name, I will certainly say hello to her. But welcome in to Joseph's daughter. Mark says to Nottinghamshire Pyro, I have Funky, Vivid and Primed going up on the weekend. Yes, nice selection there. I like that. Brad, do you think Girandolas should be available to the public? They are in the US and just a small handful of display helmets. They are really impressive. I have seen them in professional displays. For those of you who don't know what we're talking about, a Girandola is basically like a horizontal Catherine wheel, but one that takes off. So a Catherine wheel, normally you hammer it into a post, it spins around, and that's kind of what it does. A Girandola, you put it on the ground, you light it, it spins around, and the force of that spinning it becomes like a helicopter, and it actually takes off and flies up. They're really impressive. I saw in a display a couple of years ago, I can't even remember who was doing it. It might have been, was it Illusion maybe that were doing it? I can't remember, but they had double lift Girandolas, which were just the beautifulest things you've ever seen. They were gorgeous. Do I think they should be available to the public? Well, to be fair, if we're getting things like ground spinners available to the public, which kind of dance around and kind of move around on the floor, why not Girandolas? But anyway, they're not available to the public. So I know we spoke about this on the stream yesterday. There was one retailer this year that tried to bring some in, put them on their website as being for sale, and I think they might have got a visit from Trading Standards, or somebody's had a word with them because they're not available anymore. Because yeah, they are not legal. But yeah, they have a lot of stuff in the US that we don't have here. I mean, for example, reloadable shells, mortar tubes and shells. Obviously we have shells in the UK, but they're for professional use only. As a consumer, you can't go out and buy shells. And if somebody offers you a shell, a category F4 shell, report them. But obviously, yeah, in the States, yeah, you can get tubes, you can get reloadable mortars, and yeah. The thing is, fireworks, yes, there's a risk with them. Yes, fireworks are dangerous. But if you know what you're doing with them, they can be used safely. So Girandolas could be used safely if people know what they're doing with them. But anyway, as it stands at the moment, Girandolas are not allowed in the UK. They are illegal because they have an erratic flight. And that's the reason they are not available. Which is kind of, again, ironic because rockets don't exactly have a particularly stable flight. Okay, it's more stable than perhaps some. But I would argue that potentially Girandolas are more stable than rockets, maybe. Girandolas tend to go straight up. Rockets can go off at tangents if the rocket stick is a little bit bent or a little bit snapped or out of balance or whatever, or your rocket launches at an angle and things. So there is certainly an argument to have. I would love to see some Girandolas be made available to consumers, but at the moment it's illegal, so it's not going to happen, sadly. Baby Lisa says, how can a MacBook charger set off fireworks? So the charger itself can't set off fireworks, really, realistically. But obviously when you're charging a battery, batteries can occasionally, when they're being charged, leak and explode and catch fire and send out smoke. You do hear about it quite often in the news, particularly with like electric scooters. You hear people's houses are burnt down because the electric scooter batteries caught fire whilst it's been plugged in and charged. So there is a risk when charging batteries, particularly like lithium-ion batteries, that they can explode. Fortunately, it's very rare, but again, anything I can do to minimise the risks, then I'm going to take that. It doesn't take me a lot of time to just take this MacBook out and put it somewhere else away from the fireworks. So there we go. 3D printer guy, I had a small remote control LiPo battery burst into flames once. Luckily it was on a truck outside, but it's still scary. I always keep the right fire extinguishers on hand. Yes, absolutely. That's a good thing to do as well. I do have fire extinguishers in here. They are only water, which obviously you can't use on LiPo, but you can use on fireworks. But I do also have a fire blanket that's within easy reach as well. And also I have my garage door is kind of right there. It's unlocked. I can get out of here very quickly if I need to. So Adam says putting cakes in the drawer is a good way of stopping them falling over. Yes, I've done this on previous years. These are different drawers this year. We'll talk about this a little bit more in a minute. But yes, putting them in drawers, or cake boxes as I like to call them, is a good way of stopping them falling over. So Joseph says Amaris. I hope I've said that right. But hello, Amaris, welcome, and thanks for watching. Good to have your company here with your dad this evening. And people are saying hello to Armis in the chat. Mark says, no worries, you're a busy man at the moment. We're very happy that you have spent so much time and effort, such a busy time. Thank you, I appreciate that, Mark. And I do read everybody's comments on YouTube. I don't always get around to replying to all of them, but I do try and reply to as many as I possibly can. But I certainly do read them all. But yes, at the moment I am really busy because I've got two quite big displays coming up, community displays. One on Sunday, which is now Tuesday, Wednesday, Thursday, Friday, Saturday, 5 days time. Still loads to do for it. I have actually started working out a firing order now. You'll be relieved to hear. I'm relieved to hear. It's not finalised, but I've started on that today. And then another display on Tuesday. But yeah, I do like doing these live streams. I know you guys enjoy these live streams, even though I get very little done. I mean, we've already been streaming over half an hour just gone, and we haven't actually done anything yet. We've just been talking. So I don't get very much done on these streams, but I know you guys enjoy them. I know you guys find them entertaining and fun, but also educational, and you learn little things from them that you apply to your own displays to make them a little bit safer or more creative and things like that. So I enjoy doing these, even though it kind of means I don't get as much prep done as I'd like, which is why I do quite a lot off stream as well to sort of catch back up. So we'll see what we get done tonight, but we're going to focus mainly on cakes tonight. I believe it was, yeah, Illusion used some in there. I mean, yeah, 2023. I also saw, I think it might have been Festival of Fireworks as well last year. Illusion used some there as well. Really, really lovely. Bulletproof Mum is here. Hello, Bulletproof Mum. Welcome in. Nice to have your company again this evening. Yes, Illusion had two-stage double lift. Where's that gone? Double stage lift Durandelas, beautiful. They really were. There is a video of it on my channel. I think if you search Festival of Fireworks 2023, I'm pretty sure it was Illusion's display, but they were so beautiful. Really, really nice. But yes, you can't get them as a consumer. They're not available in the UK. Excuse me. Let's have a look. Everyone's saying hello to Bulletproof Mom. Baby Lisa says, after I charged my iPad, my plug is super hot. Yeah. Yeah, there's more risk. There's less risk of batteries exploding when they're in storage, when they're not being charged, or when they're being discharged. But when they're being charged, there is a risk that the charger itself can overheat if it's a cheap Chinese charger and it's not made correctly and catch fire. And there is a risk that batteries can explode. So it's rare, but you know, anything we can do to minimise the risk, I'm all for that. So Dan Jones is here. Dan Jones says hello. Hello, Dan. Welcome in. Nice to have you here. Mark Guitar says, shame I made one in the 1970s. I think we're talking about Durandelas here. And it was so unstable and weighs a fair bit due to the amount of gears, motors. Fun. Yeah. Nowadays, Durandelas are smaller, little plastic. They're basically the sort of the weight of a Catherine wheel, so there's not a lot of weight in them. And the footage I've seen on them, the flight isn't that erratic on them. They do, for all intents and purposes, go fairly vertical. So, yes, at one time they were quite erratic. These days, I think they've refined the technology, they've improved it. I think they'd be safe to have in the UK, but of course I don't make the laws on what's allowed and what's not allowed in terms of consumer fireworks. So Ollie Clark says, hi Mark, just joined. What have I missed? You've missed 32 minutes of me talking. Reading chat. You've not missed anything on the fireworks side. We've not really done anything yet. We spoke a little bit about cakes and why they're called cakes, what this red cellophane's like, whether it's a good thing, whether it's a bad thing. We've had the hashtag. We've had a couple of hashtags actually. Let's go back to the start. I can't even remember what they are now. We had the hashtag pyro by proxy. You've missed. And we've also had the hashtag, where was it? Hashtag bag of clay bung bits. So you've missed two comedy hashtags. Oh, they make me chuckle. But other than that, we'll get onto some fireworks in a few minutes, hopefully. Baby Lee says, how's the family doing? Yes, they're all good. Thank you very much. Mark's just got in from a nice meal, a lubricated meal. Okay, yes, understood. Dan's doing a small back garden display this year. Thanks for the tips. I said we're going to cover cakes tonight, so hopefully you might find some useful bits of information you can apply to your own little garden display. BNJMNX says, evening everyone, evening BNJMNX. Sparky Power is here. Sparky Power says, hi Mark, managed to join earlier tonight. Yes, welcome in. I even started the stream a little bit earlier. I was going to start at 9. There was lots of you in the chat by 8:45, so I thought I'd start a little bit earlier. So, but you haven't really missed much. It's other than me just talking to you guys. So 3D printing a frame would be good. Yes, and 3D printer guys here. Although actually, I'm not even going to. No, don't 3D print Durandula frames because that would be classed as manufacturing of fireworks. Well, actually, the frame itself wouldn't be, but if you attach fireworks to it, it would be, and that would be illegal. So, don't 3D print them. Nottinghamshire Pyro. I love how many pyro channels are here. Glad I'm not alone. Only just starting up. Yeah, I know quite a lot of people in the industry, even retailers, have popped up on my channel before, and some importers and things. And that's really, I like that this channel is not just for people that just have an interest in fireworks but don't really have an involvement, all the way up to people that do it professionally and crew professionally, and display companies and retailers and things. So I welcome everybody. Everybody is welcome here on my channel. But yeah, only just starting up. Well, I wish you all the best with that Nottinghamshire Pyro. I hope that goes well. Any tickets available for my display, says Motor Dolphin. So my display in Liverpool is free. It's not ticketed, it's free. My display in Manchester, I'm not entirely sure. I need to chase up on what's happening with tickets, whether that's free entry with a ticket or free entry without a ticket. Either way, it's free. Bung Bits, I see Mark making a new rap. Yes. Baby Lee says, apart from purchasing categories F2 and F3, could I also purchase category F1? Yes, if you're over 16, you can purchase category F1. 34 people. Yeah, wow, we've got a lot of people here today. Welcome, everybody. If you're new, my name is Mark. I'm in the UK. I do fireworks. I do them professionally. I do them as a hobby. Welcome to another one of my behind-the-scenes live stream where I'm prepping some fireworks for a show I've got on Sunday and a show I've got on Bonfire Night itself on Tuesday. So if you're new, welcome. If you're enjoying this stream so far, we've been going 36 minutes, and click the like button. I know there's not much to like so far because it's just been me talking. We've not actually done an awful lot yet, but if we do something that I like on this stream, click the like button. And if you're new, why not subscribe to my channel and enable notifications? You'll be notified whenever I go live. Could you do that as a pro? I guess we're talking about, could you manufacture a Durandula? I guess as a pro, you possibly could. It's a bit of a grey area. But you'd have to, as a pro, it would have to be the company that authorised it, and they would have to be covered by their insurance. It's a bit of a grey area, so I'm not going to say yes, you could absolutely do that as a pro. Generally speaking, the manufacture of explosives, the manufacture of pyrotechnics is illegal without a manufacturing licence. Dan Jones, hopefully I'm definitely using speaker stands for some. Yes, quite a few of you said that. I showed that first time on my stream last year about using speaker stands to raise fountains up off the ground to make little fountains look more impressive. And quite a few of you have said on the stream last year, and indeed this year, and in the comments on the streams as well, what a great idea. And I know some of you are using that this year in your displays as a result of me showing you that last year. So, so I like that, that's good. 3D prints weigh a lot. They don't work for great model rockets, so it wouldn't be the best plan. Plus, as Mark said, it would be classed as manufacturing, yes. Which is to say, if you don't have a license to manufacture explosives, then you would technically be breaking the law. So if you work for a professional company that had a manufacturing license, you might be able to do it, but it's a grey area, so I'm just going to say no. Hashtag just say no. we were talking yesterday on the stream about firework campaigns, not anti-firework campaigns, safety campaigns, public information films back in the 90s. Just say no. That wasn't a firework one, but that was the one about drugs, wasn't it? Just say no to drugs. Sorry, I'm going off on a tangent there. Yeah, Bulletproof Mum says, yeah, Cat 1 covers very small items with a 1 metre safety distance, such as novelty, tiny little fountains, novelty, yeah, party poppers, little sparklers you can get to go in cakes, ice fountains you can get to go in cakes, they're all category F1. I'll definitely be buying, this is Brad saying, I'll definitely be buying some of the Celtic cakes this year and some primed, yep. Good, you get in the money barrage. Yes, I did in the money. You might have seen that on my channel. I was the first to film that when that landed last year because that was new for 2023. I filmed that, put that up on my channel with a little review. So yes, in the money it was a nice little cake from memory, relatively inexpensive, probably one of the cheaper primed cakes. So good value for money, I think, in the money. And Celtic cakes, yeah, you can't really go wrong with those. Nottinghamshire Pyro says yes, but always be safe and use safety distances stated. Yes, absolutely. In your opinion, what is the biggest firework consumer can get? Well, best is not automatically the biggest. a lot of big fireworks. They look impressive because they're big. When you actually get down to it, there's lots of padding, there's lots of what we call air inside, and a lot of the packaging is inflated to make it look more impressive than it actually is. We looked at the Gatling gun and various different versions of that on one of my streams earlier, the last week actually. These big candles, you can get 300 shot candles that are massive. Actually, the candle itself is only the size of a 56 shot candle inside in terms of its length. The rest of it's just all polystyrene. So bigger doesn't necessarily equate to best. I like to kind of cherry pick my fireworks. It would be so easy to do a display where you just go out and buy 3 or 4 compounds. There you go, there's the display. Dead easy. I like to be a bit more creative, and you've probably seen that from my streams. I use lots and lots of smaller fireworks rather than just a few big ones. I mean, you can get some compounds now that are really impressive. You can get a compound that lasts 7 minutes. We spoke about that on my channel the other day, and in fact, I've got a video on that as well. There's a compound out this year that's 7 minutes long. You light one fuse and you've got a 7-minute firework display. It has pros, it has cons. We spoke about it on the other stream. I speak about it on my video for that as well. It's very difficult though for me to say what is the best firework, because there are so many good ones out there. I think the quality of fireworks is getting better each year. Yeah, prices are certainly going up. They're not getting any cheaper, but the quality is going up. People are having to raise their game. A few years back, a newcomer on the scene was Vivid, and they kind of brought in some products that nobody else was bringing in, and they really kind of took the market by storm, to the point that brands like Celtic, which I wouldn't say had stagnated, but their effects were kind of fairly sort of standard, fairly mundane. They were good quality, but nothing overly special. When Vivid came along with all their vivid colours and things, Celtic had to kind of up their game, and they have, so now Vivid's had to up their game, and everybody's kind of, there's so much competition now that everybody's having to up their game to do something different, to do something bigger, brighter, and unique effects, something like that. So it changes each year as to which is my favourites. I can't really, it's very difficult to pin it down. Baby Lee says, can you say hello to Arla Noor? She's my baby girl. Yes, okay. Hello, Arla Noor. Sparklers are a good option for rigging lots of cakes up at a time with a very slow burn time, depending on it. Really? Though this is a catalytic converter. I like what you've done there. Sparklers are a good option for rigging lots of cakes up. You shouldn't be using sparkler. If I'm reading that right, what you're saying is you can use sparklers to link fireworks together, link the fuses of fireworks together. No, don't do that. Is my advice. That's not a good thing to be doing. Baby Lee says hashtag just say no. Ollie Clack. Sorry, it's not Ollie Clark, it's Ollie Clack. Apologies, Ollie. Says hashtag just say no. Bulletproof Mum says we sang the Just Say No song in class assembly. I'd forgotten that. Yes. Mark Guitar says hashtag just say no to bung bits. Oh, you guys, you crack me up. That's just say no to bung bits. I like that hashtag because it's clever, because for somebody to understand that, they'll have had to watch the stream yesterday and this stream for that hashtag to make sense. So that's clever. I like that. Dan Jones, I don't usually go for F1 fireworks. I always buy category F2 or F3, for example. I've bought, the chat just jumped, Annual Gala 224 shots compound for this year. Yeah, there are actually some half decent F1 bits out there. If you're doing it, not everybody has a big garden, okay? F2 stuff typically requires an 8-metre spectator distance or a 15-metre spectator distance. If you've got a really small garden, a really small backyard, and you can't even get 8 metres, then you are limited to F1 stuff. But there is more and more F1 products becoming available now. I have seen, we spoke about it on the stream the other day, that you can actually get selection boxes now, small selection boxes where everything is just F1. Yes, okay, you're not going to get big multi-shot cakes and things, but you can get some unusual fountains and things. Have I got any F1 pieces in my show this year? I did have some F1 in my show last year. I had the little, really nice, couldn't actually get them this year, but I have got a pack knocking around somewhere. The Vulcan Bengo Fugo mix, a pack of 5 little flares, coloured flames. Really, really lovely pack. They were F1. So yes, you can, some F1 products are not great. Other F1s, if you pick and choose, you can actually get some nice little F1 bits these days. 3D printer guy, hashtag say no to the Gatling gun. That's great, because you to understand that, you've had to watch this stream and a stream 3 streams ago. The good thing is you can rewatch these in the coming days, guys, if you want to catch up on all this, what these hashtags mean. Just say no to the Gatling gun. I like it. Brilliant. I got the Gatling gun this year, said Adam. Okay. All I would say is don't hold it. It's not for holding. It's not designed to be held. Well, some of them have been designed to be held. They're not meant to be held. Put them in the ground, secure them. They come with a great big spike, stick it in the ground. Sometimes that spike's pretty pathetic because those cans can be quite heavy. So if you can stake it up as well, stake it up. But whatever you do, do not hold it whilst you're firing it. It's not a firework for holding. I really can't emphasize that enough. There we go. And yeah, it'd be interesting to see what you think of it. I fired Pyroworks' Aurora Borealis last year, several of those. They've brought it back this year and it's now called Big Salvo. But yeah, it's the same thing. Fired it last year, it's okay, but there's a lot of puffery, a lot of packaging in it. It's you could get the same sort of effects from a 56 shot, a decent 56 shot candle, to be honest. Dan says, I also went to get one of the Brothers Pyrotechnics called Greatest Showman. I also want to get Greatest Showman. Yeah, I've not fired that one, but I've seen video and that does look good. Speaking of Vivid, I have the Asylum pack this year. Never fired anything Vivid before, so looking forward to that. Yeah, Vivid stuff is really nice. I really rate Vivid stuff. There are some Vivid pieces in both of my displays this year, I say. There's definitely Vivid in one of them. I must have Vivid in the other one as well somewhere. Pieces, some nice unusual pieces as well. They brought some new pieces in this year. There's the Legends Assortment pack is new for this year. 3 64-shot cakes. The cakes themselves are not new, they've been around, but Vivid put them together in an assortment pack this year. I fired this year's batch last week, and that footage is on my channel as well with a little review of what I thought of it. But overall, yeah, Vivid is one of my top brands. If I were to rank all the brands, which I haven't done, maybe we'll do that on a stream maybe one day. But Vivid would certainly be up there. Just say no to the Gatling gun, says Baby Lisa. Catalytic converter, I do it every year as long as the sparkler isn't touching the keg or the shot tube is fine. Some sparklers take 2 minutes. Yeah, I wouldn't advocate that. I'm not recommending anybody does that. Link fireworks together with sparklers is just, no, it's not a safe way to do that. If it's worked for you, fine, but it's not something that I'm going to be promoting on my channel, that catalytic converter. Vivid is my favourite brand. We've got the Legends pack, Venom and Anti-Venom. Yes, I've had my eye on Venom and Anti-Venom this year, and I've been humming and hawing about whether to get them or not. I haven't got them yet, but we'll see if my other fireworks turn up later this week or not, or I might have to get some Venom and Anti-Venom in last minute. We'll see. Reapers rockets. Yes, I did. Did I do Reapers last year? No, it was at Hellfires I did. I did some Vivid. I've done quite a few Vivid rockets, actually, thinking about it. I've done the VSR4s as well. In fact, they are, yes, you've mentioned it. Cataclysm, yes, I fired that one. Havoc, VSR2, VSR4, yeah. I've heard the VSR4s have been reformulated a little bit this year. I fired those last year, and they're impressive bursts, they're big bursts, but I wasn't really impressed with the brightness of them. They were quite dim, but somebody's told me, I don't know how true it is, I've not fired any from this year's batch, but they've been improved and made brighter for 2024, so it'll be interesting to see if that's the case. Chris, previously Bambography. Hi Marco, hello folks. Hello Chris, previously Bambography. Welcome back in. But thanks for letting me know who you are, so we can kind of know who I'm talking to. Joseph, so you use sparklers to fuse? Yeah, I've never heard of that before. Yes, and it's not something that I would ever do or I would promote. Yeah, not a safe way of linking fireworks. That. Daniel says, hello Mark, this is Daniel Carmen. Been playing with VSR2s this morning. Excellent rockets. Yeah, they are really nice, the VSR2s. 36 people. Well, yeah, lots of people watching tonight. Welcome. I think the most I ever had watching concurrently on a stream was about 300 on one of my New Year's streams or Bonfire Night streams. Obviously, these streams are not as exciting because I'm not letting any fireworks off, but it's great to have 36, 35 of you here at the moment. So welcome in, everybody. Catalytic converter, yes, normally get them for free when you buy big deals. Like using shot tubes spaced out 20 seconds or so. More sparklers are as cheap as fuse. Yeah, but they're not as safe as fuse. Fuse burns a lot more, Visco fuse burns a lot more reliably and a lot cooler. than sparklers. So I wouldn't suggest using sparklers for linking fireworks at all. Use fuse if you have to, or don't link them at all. Or get an electronic firing system that allows you to fire things individually and you don't have to link your fireworks then at all. What's your all-time favourite selection box and barrage pack? Oh, whew, that's a tough one. I'll have to think about that. Maybe come back to that later. I'll have a think. Ollie says, I really wanted to pick up the VSR2 rockets when I ordered my 5s, but they sold out when I got round to it. Probably for the best, as my garden is quite small. I'm not certain they're 8 meters. Are the VSR2s F2? I can't remember off the top of my head. The VSR4 certainly aren't. My guitar, I have some 30mm 8-shot candles, 356 shot candles, all in a fan with a 32 G rocket volley over the top. I have Venom this year, got loads of Vivid Parry. Yeah, Vivid's good. I have Vivid VSR3s. Yeah. Baby Lee says 48 minutes and yeah, 50 minutes now, no work done. Yeah, because I'm interacting with you and chatting to you guys and enjoying that just as much. We will get onto some firework prep, don't worry. Dan says I bought VSR3 rockets with the new foldable sticks, but it doesn't fit all that way into the tube. Is it safe or will I have to make a larger? Yeah, that's one of the things I've noticed. I noticed the same with the VSR4s. I may have even mentioned that in my review of the VSR4s. So bigger rockets do tend to come with a folding stick, a hinge stick, a plastic hinge. So the stick is in 2 parts connected with a plastic hinge. It comes folded up for easy transport. You fold it out, then what you need to do is make sure that you slide the plastic sheath across the hinge so it keeps it rigid. But yes, that hinge is wider than some of the tubes that it comes with. Will it still fire okay in the tube it came with? Yes. Don't try and force it down. The tube is kind of like, exactly from memory, the tube diameter is pretty much the same diameter. The tube's obviously round and the plastic hinge is square and it's kind of not quite the right diameter. But yes, it will safely fire. Personally, if you have got a slightly bigger tube that you can use, I would use that. I personally prefer to have my rocket sticks kind of far down the tube as you can. It just helps stabilize the flight a little bit, but just make sure your tube is wide enough to accommodate the whole thing. But that said, it will fire safely from the tube that it came with, even though it won't go all the way down. So I hope that helps, Dan. What's your favorite rockets at the moment? I actually fired a pack of Invader rockets from Celtic, little 1-inch ball rockets, new from Celtic for 2024. I fired those last year. I think I was the first in the UK to get hold of those as well and fire those. I was really impressed with those. They were, I would say they were comparable maybe to the VSR2s. They were that good, but they're only 1 inch. So that's my favorite rocket pack that I fired so far this year. To be fair, I have fired a few rocket packs this year. I haven't put the footage out for all of them yet, but that's, I think, my favorite rocket pack at the moment. 3D printer guy, hashtag just say no to sparkler cakes. Yes, they are F3. Yes, I thought they were. I knew the VSR3s and 4s were, but I wasn't sure about the VSR2s. Yeah, they're F3, so you need a 25 meter minimum safety distance on those. Catholic Converse says, don't knock it till you try it, that's all. I'm not going to try it. That sounds a really dangerous way of linking fireworks and not something I need to do because I've got an electronic firing system. Even if I was to be linking fireworks, I'd be linking them with Visco Fuse. I wouldn't be linking them with sparklers. So as I say, it's not something I recommend. I personally don't think it's very safe. So we're not going to talk about that, I think, anymore on the channel this evening, Catalytic Converter. You're still welcome to watch and you're still welcome to chat, but let's not talk about using sparklers in that way anymore, if that's okay with you. Just say no to sparkler cakes. Hashtag says Baby Lisa. VSR2s at F2, somebody says. Okay, so someone said they're F3, someone's saying F2. I guess I'm going to have to look it up, aren't I? Let's have a look and then we'll get the definitive answer. Vivid VSR2. They are, let's have a little look. It's verifying I'm human. It might take a few seconds. I'm human, computer. I've now got to click a box to verify I'm human. Oh dear. Verification successful. Now waiting for the website to respond. Okay, so they are, okay, yeah, they are F2. Let me just check another shop, just double check. Sometimes the information on retailers' websites is not always accurate. Quite often I reach out to them and say, are you sure that's F2? Technical info. Yeah, it appears that the VSR2s are f2. So you can use them with an 8 metre safety distance. So there we go. We've answered that question. Just that's a long hashtag, Joseph. Just say no to fusing Gatling gun with sparklers. Oh dear. Dave H says that the VSR 3s I bought from Firework Shop this year didn't have the folding stick. Yes, I think the newer batches, some batches do, some batches don't. The VSR 4s certainly do. Best rockets out there this year are Masters of Air from Pyroworks. Pyroworks do have some nice rockets. I haven't fired any of their this year's selection yet, but I have actually fired all their previous range. And yes, there are some nice rockets there for sure. Catalytic inverter, yeah, thanks for that. I appreciate that. That's great. Brad says, man can't wait till bonfire night. Yes, bonfire night is on Tuesday. For those of you watching outside the UK, bonfire night is on the 5th of November each year, when we let off fireworks and have bonfires and things like that, to commemorate the foiling of a plot to blow up the Houses of Parliament back in 18 or whenever it was, a long time ago, before my time. Nothing with pyro. Have you seen the strobe rockets? Might come out in the UK soon. Gemstone put a video of them up. I did see Gemstone's video. There is a debate at the moment as to whether they are legal or not. Their Pyroworks are meant to be bringing some in as well. I don't think they've actually landed yet. There's also questions about how stable they are. I have heard some people say that strobe rockets are great, like as soon as they've been manufactured, but if you leave them for a few months and try and fire them, the strobing kind of bit kind of fizzles away and doesn't really strobe. So we'll see. I've seen footage of Gemstone's ones, which I think they've since withdrawn. I don't know, maybe it's still there. And I have seen China footage of Pyroworks' ones as well, but I've yet to see any with my own eyes, so I'll reserve judgment until I have actually seen them. I wish it was bonfire night every night. Oof, I don't. Can you imagine? Imagine the amount of prep I'd be doing. Not to mention the amount of money I'd be spending. Let's have a look. The Masters of Air are out. Masters of the Air are the strobe ones, aren't they? Yes, they're out, are they? They did land, did they? Okay, cool. I believe they're F2, but some more like 30mm F2, so better F3. It's why I shop at. Yes. That is it. Yes, some products are F2, but the shops will recommend a minimum safety distance of 15 meters or 20 meters or 25 meters, like F3, even though it's an F2 product. It does go. We did have this debate on one of the other streams as well about whether we need to think about the reclassification of fireworks and whether some larger F2 pieces that have got 30mm tubes should actually be F3. Technically, the way the regs are at the moment, no, they are technically F2, but I wouldn't want to fire those at 8 metres or 15 metres. And that's why for my Liverpool display, I don't use any of the big 30mm bore F2 stuff. Let's have a look at the chat. They were manufactured last year. There's a date on the pack. Yes, okay, I'll look. Yeah, what's your opinion on the King rocket from Brothers Pyrotechnics? Again, I've seen video of it. I haven't seen it with my own eyes. So, and to be fair, I can't actually remember. I know I've seen it, but I can't remember what it's like. So, it's obviously not not caught my attention, but I'm sure it's not a bad rocket. How long can you safely store fireworks before they start to degrade? In theory, as long as you store them correctly, so you keep them dry, you keep them in kind of relatively stable temperatures, so not extreme temperatures, then they should, you should be able to store them for years without an issue. I've got fireworks from years ago that I haven't used yet, which I know will be perfectly safe to use. In fact, I think I've put one in one of my displays. I've got an old a Leslie firework from 5, 6, 7 years ago. I've stored it perfectly fine, so I know it'll be absolutely fine. So there's not really a limit on it. Interestingly, though, we were talking on the stream yesterday about e-matches, which I know we don't talk about a lot, and how they're classed as P1, not necessarily F1 or T1 or whatever. And I was reading the label on my e-matches later, and they do actually have earlier, and they do actually have an expiration date on, or it does not an expiration date as such. Let me read what it says. Bear with me a second. On my e-matches, the box of e-matches say, where is it? a use-by date of May 2025, the time limit beyond which the pyrotechnic article may not function properly. So that's on my igniters. But fireworks themselves, you don't see an expiration date on it. You should see a date of manufacture on these, or a batch number that has a year on. So for example, I've just pulled one out here. It has a batch number. Does it have a date? 2020. The batch number actually has 2024 in. So that's 2024. I think probably all of these would be 2023, 24. Let's have a look. Year of production 2023. Year of production on this one. 2023. These ones were 2024. Year of production 2024 on those three. This Skycrafter I've had in for a couple of years. Date of production on this one. Can't immediately see. Where's the batch number? 2016, these butter moons. So yeah, these are quite old, but I say I've stored them correctly, so they will be absolutely fine to fire, and they will fire perfectly well. So yes, there's not really an expiration date on fireworks, provided you store them correctly. Let's have a look. Dan has also bought the King rocket this year as well. Guy Fawkes was 1605. What did I say? 1805. Years out. Brad says hashtag pyro is love, hashtag pyro is love, pyro is life. Yeah, lots of people saying they love the King rocket. I say I've not seen it myself yet. Anyone fired a Bloodshot by Vivid? No, but again, I've seen footage of that. That does look impressive. The strobe rockets are out. Yes, they are expensive, aren't they, the strobe rockets? But they're a novel, unusual effect. I say what will be interesting to see is if they do store, you know, somebody buys a strobe rocket this year but doesn't fire it till next year, whether it still has that same strobe effect. The raw rockets are out. Yes, yes, indeed they are. 10 in a pack for 50. Yes, the raw rockets do look good. Ordering some for the new year. Yep. Right, we've finally caught up on chat after an hour. Let's get on. It's nearly 10 to 10, folks. So we're doing some cake prep. You may have seen, yes, this is a drawer. This is a drawer from a chest of drawers. My nana, was 96 and she died last year, so we were clearing a house out and I was like, oh, I'll have those drawers. And I was like, what do you want these old manky drawers for? And I said, to make some cake boxes. So this is a nice way that I can secure cakes where they're not going to topple over. So I can stick these in here, I can cable tie them in here, I can use little brackets, screw in brackets and attach them to brackets, and these cakes are not going to fall over. It also makes it really easy for me to transport it to the firing site, because I can just lift this up, take it, put it on the firing site, connect it all up, and away it goes. So I usually use a couple of cake boxes and they work really well. The ones I used last year, one of them kind of got a bit destroyed last year. In one of my displays last year, one of the cakes malfunctioned and one of the shots actually exploded in a tube. Again, it was fine, it was contained because it was within the cake box, so nothing went anywhere near the audience, but it did kind of do quite a bit of damage to my cake box. So new cake boxes this year. So this is going to be one of them. I've not actually attached anything in here yet, but I was just playing around with the layout. Yes, everything is quite close together in here, but as I say, everything will be securely mounted and it will allow me to carry this to site and keep everything contained. Things are not going to fall over and go towards the audience. But what I do need to do is I need to skim the top of my cakes. We were talking about that a little bit earlier. I've skimmed a few already. I'm going to skim the top of these. Skimming basically means just taking this top layer of either paper or cellophane off. Do you need to do that? No, you don't need to do that. The firework will fire perfectly fine through that or through the paper top without any issues. So, okay, so am I making extra work for myself? Well, no, I'm actually saving myself work, because if you don't take those off, then at the end of your display, you are going to have your ground littered with little bits of red, red cellophane and bits of paper. So anything you can do to minimise the debris is a good thing. Obviously, if you're doing something in your back garden, it's less of an issue. You know, it's biodegradable stuff anyway, so it's not an issue. But if you're doing a display, you know, on a nice football field, for example, football pitch like I'm going to be doing on Tuesday, the less amount of debris you can have to clear up at the end, the better. So by skimming the tops of the cakes, taking this top layer off, it will reduce the amount of debris. You can never completely take away the debris. There will always be some because in each of these tubes, you may be able to see, there's a little cardboard disc inside the tube of every cake. That's needed. You don't take those out. They have to be there for the effects to work. But obviously they get ejected out, and at the end of your display you will find little cardboard discs all over your firing site. So they're not too bad. Again, biodegradable, but even so on a football pitch I still need to pick them all up. So I've got some mitigations for that. I'm going to be basically putting loads of tarpaulins down over the whole firing site so I can gather up the debris a lot quicker at the end and things. But anything I can do to help minimise the debris, that's what I'm all about. Yeah, Dan Jones is saying to Mark, I had it 1 year and malfunctioned and came back down. Yep. When I stake my cake out on the boards is my garden, what distance should they be from each other? Depends how big your garden is. And really, I would say as far apart from each other as you safely can and still keep your safety distances, the better. Only because if one cake malfunctions, then if this one's further away, it's not going to affect the other one. To be fair, even with cakes sort of that close together, if this one malfunctions, it would have to malfunction very spectacularly for it to damage the tubes on this. So on some displays that I crew for, where they don't stake and tape cakes individually, they're obviously bigger cakes, not these small ones, they will just get a load of cakes together, put them on the ground, put them all together and basically tape around them to get stability. So you can safely fire cakes up against each other. I mean, if you buy a compound firework is basically a series of smaller cakes all fused together. They tend to not be spaced apart. They're butted up against each other and it fires absolutely fine. So I would say if you're doing something in your garden though, you know, space them out a little bit if you've got the space to do so. It's always good to do. Can you recommend a cheap entry-level firing system for a garden display? Yeah, I would suggest you look at the Ignite system. It's a smartphone system. It's made by Cobra. It's a sister brand of Cobra in the US, which is a reputable brand. Relatively inexpensive. The entry-level system allows you to fire 18 different channels, 18 fireworks from your remote control, your mobile phone. And I think the price of that does vary. Sometimes retailers have that on offer this time of year, but for around about £100, something like that, you can get a decent entry-level firing system. So that's Ignite. So just Google Ignite firing system. Hashtag cellophane confetti. Yes, that's right. Pennies from heaven. Yes. And this cellophane we were saying at the top of the stream, this, when it gets wet and it gets on the grass, it sticks to your clothing, it sticks to your shoes. It's horrible stuff. So we're going to skim the top of some of these cakes. Let me move this box out of the way and we'll do the cakes one at a time. So we'll do this one first. So I have a really small penknife. And all I'm going to do, I'm not doing anything with the tubes itself. I'm literally I'll try and do it this way so you can see, putting this in, getting this underneath, and then just slicing along like this. Sometimes the cellophane gets annoyingly stuck. It's stuck down, it's glued down to each tube. And this one though, I can just kind of slice around like this and it will just pull off like that. Like that. I'm not bothered about the odd little bits as long as there's nothing kind of going over a tube that can catch fire or fly off, then that's fine. So that's called skimming a cake. Put that cellophane in the bin. Let's show you one with a paper topper. Same kind of thing. What you do have to be careful with, some fireworks have a fuse in the top, so you do have to be careful if the fuse is coming out of the top when you skim your cakes. That one I just did had the fuse in the side. This one also has a fuse at the side, so I'm okay to skim the top of it. So again, it's just finding where there's a gap in between the tubes, getting my little penknife in and just slicing along the top like so. So I know one of the questions that people ask is, oh, well, does this mean then that all the firework contents will come out now it's not got a top on? No, it won't. It's just there just to make it look neater. Sometimes it has instructions on. So that's actually something, if you get a fanned cake, it might have a direction of where your audience need to be on. So just be mindful of that when you take it off. Remember which way it needs to be orientated. But there we are. That's the Butter Moon little Skycrafter cake there. How concerned do I need to be about a shell exploding in a tube? Well, I'm not sure. Oh, you talk about it. I'm assuming when you talk about shells, you mean a shell. I mean one of these little bombettes. When I talk about shells, I'm talking about big professional shells. But yes, I get what you're saying. How concerned do you need to be about a shell exploding in a tube? Not very concerned. It's rare. I'm not entirely sure why I had one happen last year. It may have been because I'd cable tied it, and I might have tied it a little bit too tight. We were talking about cable tying on my stream when we did candles, because one of the ways you can secure this to a stake or whatever, you can use gaffer tape, which is my recommended way, or you could use cable ties. If you use cable ties, don't over tie to them. There is a tendency to pull a cable tie as tight as it will go. But if you do, that can actually deform the tubes and squash the tubes, so you don't have the same diameter down the whole length of the tube. And that can cause the shot to not be able to eject. And so it's got to go somewhere, so it just explodes in the tube rather than ejecting out and does a lot of damage. So, but how common is it? Not very common. I say, try and avoid cable tying your cakes if you can. I use gaffer tape, it works just as well. Hammer a stake into the ground, put your firework behind it, so your audience are there, your stakes here, your fireworks here. That way, if this does become loose, it can't fall forward towards your spectators. The only way it could fall is backwards or to the side. So stake in, hammer it down, make sure the shots can clear the stake. So ideally hammer your stake down so it's the same level as this. Or make sure that it's just not going to be, you do it at an angle so your stake's over the top. Because if you do your stake at an angle like that and it's leaning over the top, your shots are going to go up, hit the stake and rebound off in a different direction. So put your stake in on the audience side, gaffer tape around it. How much gaffer tape you use will depend on the height of the cake and the weight of the cake and how powerful the cake is. But usually go around a couple of times with gaffer tape, and that will be absolutely fine. And then at the end of the night, you can easily remove them. You just get your little penknife, slice down between the gaffer tape and the stake, and it will just come off really easily. The other tip I will say is that a lot of these cakes, not all of them, a lot of them have paper on the bottom. Some of them have that red cellophane. Some of them have paper. If you're going to be setting your cakes up in advance and the ground's wet, you need to put something underneath these to protect them from getting wet, because if moisture gets in here, then it can prevent the firework from working properly. It can make the bursts, the aerial bursts, burst a lot lower in the sky, dangerously low, in fact, if this gets wet. So if you're doing this outside on grass or a wet surface, put something underneath. Wrap it in cling film. This will fire quite happily through cling film. I'm going to be wrapping some of these up in a bit to waterproof them. Wrap it in cling film, put it, stand it on a plastic bag, something like that. If you're doing this on soft ground, on grass, for example, and your grass is not very hard, if it's quite soft and muddy, always put like a wooden board or something underneath. Two reasons for that. One, it will make your effects go higher in the sky. And two, it will, well, three reasons in fact. Two, it'll prevent damage to your grass, because some of these bigger, I mean, this is quite a small cake, but bigger tube diameter, 30mm ones, can have quite a recoil on them. And if you've got soft ground underneath and a tube fires, the tube itself can actually go down into the ground. And that can actually break the linking fuse that links all the shots, and can mean that your whole cake doesn't fire, only half of it might fire. So put something solid underneath your cakes, it will fire to the right height, and you'll minimise the risk of the fuse breaking because the tubes become dislodged. So hope that helps. I know that's a long-winded explanation there, Ollie, but do you need to be concerned about shells exploding in the tube? No, because it's very rare. And if you've got your safety distances, minimum safety distances, and you've set these up safely, then even if a shell does explode in the tube, yeah, it might be quite spectacular, but it shouldn't do anybody any damage because everyone will be far enough away. Do I ever, oh, I'm skipping ahead. Brad says, was Primed Pyrotechnics bought out by Evolution? There is a link. Primed and Evolution are effectively one and the same brand. They've been one and the same brand for a few years now. I don't know who bought out who, or whether they've always been the same brand. I don't know, but Primed Pyrotechnics and Evolution are effectively one and the same. I think what actually happened, thinking from memory, I think one of the Facebook pages got hacked. So I think Primed Pyrotechnics Facebook page got hacked, so they couldn't restore access to it. So they went across to just using the Evolution one for both Evolution and Primed. But for all intents and purposes, it's one and the same. I have let about 50-ish cakes, let off about 50 cakes over the last 5 displays, other than one low break, nothing serious. I had one malfunction many years ago. Yeah, it's rare. It's rare. You just need to be aware of it. You don't need to be concerned about it. But again, just take precautions. Make sure your audience are far enough away. Make sure you stake and tape these properly. So if one does explode in here, this whole firework's not going to topple over and start firing things off in all kinds of directions. So, and that's another good thing about using these cake boxes, because if one of these does explode in the cake box, again, you've got the protection of the 4 sides of the drawer to help shield any blast from that as well. So, do I ever hot glue the bottom of my cakes? No. I know that's a big thing over in America. I know lots of people do that. They'll get a board like this, they'll line up all their cakes, they will hot glue them down and then put a length of visco fuse between them, all light it, and away they go. No, I don't hot glue at all. I don't like having any sources of heat near my fireworks for obvious reasons. So no, I don't hot glue, and also it makes a mess. You can't really use it. What I do to secure them to boards. So the display I'm doing on Tuesday is on a football field, so I can't hammer anything into the ground. So I can't stake and tape as I normally would do. So I'm going to have to do cakes on these OSB boards instead. These are 18mm OSB boards I picked up from B&Q. And the way I'm going to secure them here, obviously it's a nice flat surface, it's a hard surface, so that in itself is okay. To prevent them toppling, I'm going to be using these frame ties. So screwing these into the board, up against the fireworks, gaffer taping around the fireworks, but I will also put some really strong, a strip of double-sided tape on the bottom of these cakes. So stick them down with the double-sided tape first, then with the frame tie brackets, and then gaffer taping around those cakes, and they're not going to go anywhere. But no, I don't hot glue because it's messy. I personally don't feel it's very safe having any sources of heat anywhere remotely near fireworks. So, but I know people do hot glue cakes and then struggle to get them off again and things. So I find this way I can remove them fairly easily, but at the same time they are stable enough, they're not going to topple over. So Mark says, I had 2 misfires in the last 10 years. One of those was due to a zealous helper with the cable ties. Yes, I'd say that might be what happened with one of my little cakes last year that went off in my cake boxes. I may have over-tightened the cable ties. I did contact the manufacturer to say, is there a problem with this particular batch? Have you had any other reports? And they said no. So one of those things, but I say no harm done. But just always be conscious. Say, try and avoid cable tying cakes if you can. Use other methods like gaffer tape. But if you do have to cable tie them, don't over-tighten the cable ties. The same goes for candles as well. BNJMNX, I bought a Button Moon this year, also picked up Snowflake to Avalanche, the same series. Yes, there's a third one as well, Immortal Jellyfish. Lovely little 12-shot cakes, really underrated, but really inexpensive, from Skycrafter. I like them. I use troughs made of ply. Yes, that's the other thing you do if you don't have like chest of drawers, like drawers here. You can make troughs, cake troughs. They're quite popular as well. Same kind of thing. You get a piece of wood like this, you put a side on it. On either side, you put a number of sides and make, holes, compartments, if you like, for these to just sit in. That's one way I could do it as well, but that would take a lot more time and require a lot more wood. But yes, I have seen that done as well. I use troughs made of ply. Yes, ply is okay. Ply, though, is one of those things that if it gets wet, it can kind of deteriorate and deform. And so that's why I've gone for OSB boards, which are slightly more expensive, but a bit more hard wearing than just plywood. But yes, ply works. If you're only using it once or whatever, that's fine. Unless you rip the paper off the bottom, you're just gluing a thin layer of paper to the board, not very secure. Yes, that's a good point as well. There is just paper on the bottom of these. Some of them do have the paper actually stuck to the bottom of the tube, so it's quite secure. Others, the paper can be quite loose and almost peeling off. So yes, putting any form of support underneath is advisable to potentially take the paper off. What I tend to do, because I'm not just using double-sided tape, I'm using other methods to secure them as well. I'm quite happy putting double-sided tape on there. I have found that if I take that off, so I've just got the tubes and the clay and things, and try and stick double-sided tape on, it doesn't actually stick as well to that. So provided this cardboard, this paper is intact and not ripped, which this is fine. Double-sided tape on that is going to be fine. It's going to stop any small movements in that, and then the big movements are going to be stopped by the frame ties. But yes, if you get a cake where the paper at the bottom is peeling off or ripped or whatever, yeah, take it all off. It's easier. Bottoms of fireworks not strong enough without staking them. Yeah. Seen some videos on YouTube where they hot glue them. I'm staking tape on. Yes, it tends to be mainly a thing, and I don't mean this to sound, you know, xenophobic or anything, but I do see that a lot more on videos from America. People in America do that. Their 4th of July displays. They'll just get a big board on the back of a trailer or whatever, hot glue everything down, get a length of hobby fuse, they call it, we call it visco fuse, connect all the fuses together, light one, and there's your display. So it works for them, but it's not the way I do it, or I recommend doing it. The only problem I have this year, says 3D printer guys, I've bought too many fireworks, plenty for New Year, yes. And that's the thing, like I've got a lot of fireworks for these 2 displays. I'm expecting some of them, a small quantity, for whatever reason, won't fire. The igniters won't fire or whatever. But that's fine, I'll be able to reuse them for New Year or next year or whenever. I think there's actually, in my Liverpool display, I think I've got 1, 2, 3, 4 fireworks from the previous 2 or 3 years displays at Liverpool that, for whatever reason, didn't fire. Not because there's a problem with the firework, probably because there's a problem with the talon igniter. So the firework itself is still intact. It's not like partially fired, it's just not fired at all. So they're safe to reuse, so I'm going to put those in my display this year to use them up. Alfie says hello, Mark. Hello, Alfie. My guitar, I soak the surface with cheap resin, waterproof and easy to tape. I'd love to have lots, but I still live in my family, have to follow the rules. Yeah, and you know, sometimes less is more. Yes, sometimes more is more, absolutely. But sometimes you can do quite impressive displays with small fireworks. And that's what I've hopefully shown on some of my streams with the little fountain boards I do. For this display in Liverpool, the spectators are really quite close, so I'm limited to f2. And so I do lots of little fountains. And little like traffic light cones, which are only small little conic fountains, one on their own would not be impressive. You couldn't use that in a public display, it would look rubbish. But raise them up, do them at a height, do 5 or 6 of them all in a line, and then, you know, the little fountains start to actually look a little bit more impressive. So, and of course they're fairly cheap as well, those little fountains. So you can do some quite big effects if you use small fountains, but in quantity. Same goes for cakes as well. You know, like this is a small cake, 12-shot cake. On its own, on a display, it's not going to look great. But if I have 2 going off, one either side of the firing sight, that's going to look a bigger effect. So quite often I'll do that rather than just have like a cake in the middle. I would rather have, I mean, this is 12-shot, I would rather have 2 12-shot cakes either side of the firing sight firing up than one 24-shot cake in the middle. It's going to fill more of the sky. Unless, of course, the one in the middle is a fan cake. So typically I tend to do, when I set up I usually have 3 firing sights for the cakes, usually one in the centre, usually one either side to the extremes. Stuff in the centre will be fanned cakes, cakes that are fanned, designed to do stuff in the sky. Cakes on the outer edges generally tend to be straight up. I will sometimes do straight up cakes in the middle, like small cakes. If I had 3 of these, I'll do one in the middle straight up, one either side straight up as well. But yes, you can get bigger effects by using smaller fireworks, but using them in multiples. So Ollie says one of the cakes I had delivered this year had a strange sound when I was examining it. It was also like rice shaker or a rain stick. There were 2 or 3 tiny grains of powder on the table afterwards. That's probably, I mean, I don't know because I've not seen it. That's probably the clay bungs in the bottom. So each of these tubes is a hollow tube. At the bottom, they're sealed with clay bung, hashtag clay bung bits. There we go. And that clay can, during transport, become a little bit dislodged. So sometimes when you shake your firework, that one's okay. You can hear what sounds like rice rattling around in the bottom. It's just bits of clay bung. Obviously, if there's signs that the tubes themselves have been deformed or damaged, probably best not to fire it. But a little bit of like rice kind of sound rattling in the bottom of your fireworks is kind of normal. Nothing I'd be too concerned about unless it's a lot, unless it's a big sound. And so I hope that helps. Should I be concerned? There we go. I've just answered that, hopefully. Clive Lathwell says, hi, good evening, mate. How's things with you? Hope it's well. So what's going on tonight? We're doing some cake prep. We've been going 1 hour and 23 minutes and skimmed 2 cakes so far. But we've talked a lot. We've answered lots of questions about cakes, how to use cakes safely, how to set them up safely and things like that. So it's them clay bung bits, says 3D printer guy. Yes, indeed it is. Okay, let's skim a few more cakes. So yeah, this one would have had a fuse in the top. I have actually, is it still a fuse in? Yeah, the fuse is in here. So when we skim this one, we need to be a little bit more careful because the fuse is in the top. The fuse is under this fuse cover. So you remove the fuse cover, centre section like that, and it should expose the fuse. Quite often you do that and you think, oh, where's the fuse? There's no fuse there. Quite often it's hiding. Quite often they don't get these stickers right over the top of the fuse. So the fuse is actually under the bit that's stuck down there. There's the fuse. So we just have to be careful when we cut around this cellophane that we don't interfere with the fuse. So take my knife again, find a gap between the tubes and just slice around like this. Taking the cellophane off like that. And there's that one done. Put that one back in there. A few more to do in this box. So the fuses on this one are on the side, so nothing on the top. Usually fuses are on the side. If the fuse is on the top, it means it will run down to the bottom, because whereas a fountain, you typically light a fountain from the top and it burns down. Cakes, they ignite from the bottom and go up. So wherever the fuse is on your cakes, it will run down the side of the cake, internally most likely, and enter right at the bottom. Ollie says, perfect, that's what I thought. Thanks for clarification. It's reassuring. No, yes, clarification is reassuring. What's your opinion on the firework control zones in Scotland? Do you think it could come to the entire UK? Do I think it could come to the entire UK? I hope not, but I don't know. Yeah, firework control zones. I mean, this is kind of the first year that they are in effect. Remains to be seen how effective they are. I don't really like them, but again, I don't live in Scotland, so I don't have to deal with them. But is there a risk they could come in force in the UK? Yeah, it's possible. It's possible, but we shall see. I mean, every year around this time, you get people actually, you get all the petitions that come around people wanting fireworks to be banned completely. And they always get lots of signatures. But it's tradition, this goes back to 1600 and whatever it was we were talking about, Guy Fawkes. So it's tradition that we have fireworks in the UK. And really, if you're using fireworks responsibly and safely, not antisocially, then I don't really see the problem with them. Yes, not everybody likes them. I appreciate that. But as we said on the other stream yesterday, not everybody likes dogs, not everyone likes horses, but we accept that they exist. So why can't we accept that fireworks are here, even if you don't like them? Some people do. In fact, the most people do, it's fair to say. Usually in the polls, when there's a poll of, do you like fireworks, yes or no? Usually quite close, but you usually find that the yes always wins. So, well, yes, hopefully the Scottish rules won't come into force here in the UK. Guess you buy your fireworks in bulk. Some of them I do. I do handpick a lot of them. So I said on the stream yesterday, I've got my fireworks for these two shows from I think a total of 5 different retailers. That's now gone up to 6 today because I went to another one. So I sort of pick the best products from each retailer. So I do buy some stuff in bulk because I get better prices. But other things I'll just buy 1 or 2 of because I want to use them in my display. So I sort of cherry pick best bits from different brands, or bits that I like from different brands. Because of course the thing with buying in bulk as well, yes, it's cheaper, but you've then got to store stuff. And as we talked about on the stream yesterday, there are limits to the quantity of fireworks you can store and how long you can store them for. And that's why all the fireworks in here at the moment are 1.4G. We talked about 1.3, 1.4G on the stream yesterday, so I'm not going to go through all that again. But if you want to know more, check out yesterday's stream. But everything in here at the moment is 1.4. As soon as I put a 1.3 product in here, everything technically becomes 1.3, and I'll have gone over the safe storage limit for 1.3. So that's why there's no 1.3 stuff in my garage at the moment. So I don't go over the storage limits. Right, that's those done in there. Ollie Clack says, well said, Marco. I think that's, what are we talking about that? The firework control zones, I guess. JLK Pyro Nut Jason is here. Hey, Mark. Still going, I see. Hope you're well, mate. I sent you an email as well. Yes, I did get that. I did get your email. Thanks, Jason. I haven't had a chance to respond to that yet. Been so busy, but yes, I did get your email. Thanks. Thanks for being here as well. 27 people still here at the moment. Let's do some more cakes. Let's find some more cakes. We're skimming steaks. We're skimming cakes tonight, folks. I'll tell you what, let's do the other set of 3 of these gemstone ones I got today. I got 2 boxes of these today. I've just skimmed 3 of them. This is the other box. This is 3 Wise Monkeys from Gemstone Fireworks. It used to be called 3 Sparkling Gems, or 3 Gems, a year or 2 back. I think it's exactly the same, but they've just rebranded it. 3 16-shot cakes. Decent NEC, net explosive content on these, of 108.8 grams, so 109 grams times 3. So 3 16 shots, 48 shots in total. I managed to get a good price on these. I had to go up to North Manchester. I'm South Manchester. I had to go all the way to North Manchester to get them from a retailer that was a little bit dodgy, shall we say. I won't name them. But yes, it was cash only. You couldn't pay by card. Anyway, yeah, 3 of these. I managed to pick them up for the equivalent of £5 a cake for a 16-shot cake with over 100 grams of powder F2. Not bad, not bad. I say I've not had the 3 Wise Monkeys before. I had the 3 Gems. I'm expecting them to be pretty much exactly the same. And a category F2. Total NEC of the box, 326.4 grams across 3 fireworks. So, hashtag skimming steaks, yes. Joseph says, I don't think a lot of people know there is a storage limit on NEQ. No, they don't. And it's very easy to go over it, especially given how many 1.3G products there are available now. You know, back even 5-10 years ago, everything was 1.4G. There was very little 1.3G. And then 1.3G came along and people don't really know the difference. We spoke about it at length on my stream yesterday. But yes, the storage restrictions are a lot more strict with 1.3G. You can only store like 5 kilograms of it, as opposed to 50 kilograms of 1.4G. So yes, there are limits on that. There was a time as well where, and it seems to have died out, which is a bit of a shame, when you used to get fireworks that were covered in something called pyro mesh. It was effectively like a chicken wire type thing, but it would make the storage of a 1.3G cake down into 1.4G classification, so you could store more of it. Pyro mesh was a nightmare. It seems to have died out. I think there's still a couple of products you can get with pyro mesh on, but for the most part, it's kind of disappeared. I would love, because like big retailers and stuff, they will have special containers, special like lockers, metal cabinets that they can put 1.3G products in, and when they're in these lockers, these cabinets, it actually makes them down to 1.4G, so they can store more. I would love to see like a consumer version of that available, so you know I could have one here and put my 1.3G products in and they'd be classed as 1.4G whilst they're here. So but that's probably not going to happen because they're probably too expensive and too big. And anyway, have you had the Celtic 6? We spoke about that on the stream yesterday. I haven't personally had the Celtic 6. I have had some of the other Celtic. I had the Celtic Quiet ones, which is a 6-pack, but I haven't had the Celtic 6 or the Celtic 9. But they look good. They look good barrage packs. I got it for £55 2 years ago in a row. 2 years in a row. Amazing price for what they do. Yeah, I mean, for 6 cakes, £55, less than £10 a cake. That's not bad. Ollie, I bought the Celtic 6-pack this year in Bradford. I can't wait to fire them. Oh, Brad. Oh, sorry. Yeah, I was going to say in Bradford. I was going to say, where from? Yes, you're talking to Brad. I get that. Yes. You love them, Ollie. They're so good. Yeah, they are good. And they're really becoming quite popular. And again, we were talking about this earlier about how Celtic have had to sort of up their game a little bit to compete a bit more with Vivid. Because Vivid kind of came on the scene 5 or 6 years ago and sort of took the market by storm. Celtic have been playing a bit of catch-up. Vivid introduced a barrage pack, and so Celtic have introduced barrage packs, and you know the result is consumers have a lot more choice now than they did. Right, let's skim these cakes. And again, you have to bear with me, guys. I'm still full of a cold. I've still got guitar, so Forgive me if I need to. I stop talking for a few minutes at a time because I have been whittering on now for an hour and a half with like no break, which is fine. I'm not complaining. I'm having fun. Hope you guys are too. And we are slowly but surely getting these shows prepped. It may be towards the end of the week I don't actually do any live streams because I'm so far behind on my prep that I need to just knuckle down and do my prep, which I'm sure you guys will understand. But for now, we can still do some streaming. Yes, Ollie's, yes. First time using Celtic stuff, coming from Supermarket Fireworks last year. Yes, you will notice a difference. You will certainly notice a difference going from Supermarket Fireworks to something like Celtic. Do you have an ADR license, Mark? If so, have you read the rules on 1.4 and 1.3? I don't have an ADR license, but I am aware. I'm very aware of the regulations, the ADR regulations. They're slightly different to the storage regulations. So we spoke about the storage regulations for 1.3, 1.4 G products on the stream yesterday. The transport regs are slightly more complex, so I won't bore people with them because really, for the most part, for you guys, you're not going to be transporting in your car the amount of fireworks where ADR regulations will kick in. In fact, even when I crew for professional display companies, a lot of the shows that they do, weddings and things like that, they come under the ADR, well below the ADR threshold anyway. So ADR isn't required. Apologies if you can hear that really loud noise outside. It sounds like there's a road sweeper going past right now. I don't know if you can hear that, but given you guys could hear my washing machine on the stream the other night, you may well be able to hear that. It will pass. So yes, I have read the ADR rules on 1.3 and 1.4G, and yeah, it gets a bit complicated. Brad, another thing I like about Celtic products is they give them such crude and quirky names. There's one barrage called Trouser Snake. Yes, I fired Trouser Snake. Fired that this year. It's the first one in the UK to fire it. Footage of that, I think I've put on my website. That's a really nice cake. That's a 1.3G cake. I've got that in my Manchester display this year. That is a really nice cake. That I do like that. But yes, do have quirky names. There's one called Frogs in a Blender. Yes, that's right. Yes, there are some fireworks out there with some quirky names, which, you know, they're memorable. Why not? Right, those three are done. Let's put those back in the box here for now. So again, these ones are going, I'm going to make up another cake box like that for the other side of my firing site. This is my Liverpool display. So 2 sets of these 3 cakes on either side, sort of firing in pairs. So even though these cakes on their own, nothing amazing. I mean, they're okay. They're not bad. They've got a decent NEC for the size. But fired in pairs, they're going to look a lot more impressive. One of mine is called Hanky Panky. Yes, that's right. There is a firework called Hanky Panky. There are some really cool. I'd love one day. I'm gonna design a firework and have somebody make it, and I'd love to be able to name a firework. One manufacturer did actually say, you know, if ever you want to design a firework, then we'll let you do it. I was like, oh, okay, yeah, I'd quite like to do that. So I have some ideas for what I want the firework to be like and what I want to call it, and maybe one day it will see the light of day. We shall see. JLK has an ADR and it's a headache, yes, but still interesting and keeps me busy outside of doing displays. Absolutely, yes. Yeah, it's one of those things that I could get the ADR certification, but I'll be honest, I'm not massively interested in transporting fireworks around here, there and everywhere in massive quantities. I would much rather be doing fireworks rather than transporting fireworks, but we certainly do need ADR drivers, so it's great that you, well, I say we, I'm talking the UK in general needs people with ADR qualifications, because there are so many couriers now that don't have ADR certification for their drivers, and so therefore can't transport fireworks, can't deliver fireworks. And so that's why a lot of online stores, fireworks stores, they will have their own delivery drivers rather than using a courier company, and they will charge an absolute fortune for shipping, because, you know, it's hazardous goods at the end of the day, and there's not a lot of competition out there from different couriers. There's not very many couriers at all now that do delivery of fireworks, so prices are kind of through the roof. We can need more competition in the ADR transport industry, I think. I got purple plums this year, yep. Tom Pyro UK is here, says evening all. Hello Tom, welcome in. I'm skimming cakes. I've skimmed a few cakes anyway. We've been going an hour and 40 minutes. Let's find some more cakes to skim. Let's move these cable ties out of the way. Let's put those under there. See what we got in here. Yep, we got some more with the polythene tops on. Let's get some of these out. Let's see what we've got in here. I'll talk you through what I've got in here in a second. Let's get these out. There's another button moon there. There's my other button moon. One of those. And a big one here, a bigger one. Right. So here, what have we got? We've got quite a few Evolution ones here, actually. I got a good deal on them. Button moon we spoke about before from Skycrafter, 12 shot. Part of a range of 3. They do Butter Moon, Immortal Jellyfish, and Snowflake to Avalanche. Really nice, really underrated actually. If you see these, I suggest you buy them because they're usually relatively cheap. Even though they're only 12 shot, the performance on them is good. Duration wise, I think they're about 20 seconds, maybe 25 seconds. But the effects are punchy. In fact, there's how many grams of net explosive content? 85.2 in this one. Not a massive amount, but it punches above its weight, shall we say. So I'll take the paper off this one, like that. Put that in my bin. I can go in my paper recycling bin because it's just paper. Obviously, this stuff can't go in the paper recycling. Put that back in there, out of the way. We've got a slightly bigger one here. This is Moonfall. This is a low noise one from Evolution. It's 294.5 grams, net explosive content. Burn time is 35 seconds, 25 shots, and 25 mil tubes. These ones are all 20 mil tubes. This one is 23 mil tubes, and it's low noise. The effects are described as red strobe, red star strobe, green star, orange star, purple star. So little low noise, well little, it's a fairly big low noise thing. And we were talking about this on the stream yesterday. There is now such a range of low noise products available. Everybody's doing low noise products, which is really good because there's a nice range, there's a nice choice available now. You know, you can do a whole low noise display. I think for my bonfire night stream on my channel live last year, it might have been last year, it might have been the year before, I did it all low noise. So 12, 15 minutes of all low noise fireworks. And it was really nice. I enjoyed it. Yes, I know people like loud fireworks and the louder the better, but and you know, that has its place, don't get me wrong. Noisy fireworks have their place, but I also do like to sort of demonstrate that actually you can do nice things with some low noise effects. So in both of my displays, my Liverpool and Manchester displays, there's going to be noise, but there is going to be a little low noise section in both of them. So this will be part of that. So that's that one skimmed. Let's get that one back in there. This one, Solaris, another Evolution one. I can't remember if this one's low noise as well. Don't think this one is. 126 grams net explosive content, 30-second burn time, 20 shots. The effects are described as red star silver strobe, Thai golden cocoa. Thai is an abbreviation. If you see that on a description for a firework, it's short for titanium. It means bright white, bright silver. Usually, in this case, Thai golden, which is kind of a bit of a contradiction. So titanium golden, bright golden. Cocoa, short for coconut. That's the shape of the effect. Strobe, brocade crown, purple star. So we'll take the plastic wrapper off the top of here. I say you don't have to do this. You can fire these absolutely fine. They will fire through this cellophane, no problem at all. I'm just doing this to minimize the amount of debris that are going to be left over on my firing site that I have to clean up at the end. So by taking this one piece off now, it saves me having to take off hundreds of little pieces from this that are all going to be wet and stuff on the ground after my display. So it's saving time. It's not affecting the performance of this firework. It's not making it any less safe. It's not meaning all the contents are going to fall out if I do that. So that's what we're doing at the moment. We are skimming these cakes. Celtic have another compound with a really bad name, but I don't really want to say it as kids will be watching. Yes, I think I know the one you mean. JLK Paranoid, sorry to bring up an old subject, Mark, but what are the rules on 1.3 storage on people buying them? What was the weight limit? So we went into this in some depth yesterday on the stream, but I appreciate not everyone was here. Let me just let me bring it up again because it is quite complex. And I want to make sure that I get it right. Of course, I've probably closed that tab now. Oh no, there it is. Okay, so 1.4G fireworks, which is what all these fireworks are. There's two different categories, classifications rather. 1.4G, 1.3G. There's also 1.1G, which we won't really talk about, but fireworks, consumer fireworks are 1.4G, 1.3G. 1.4G, you can store up to 5 kilograms forever of 1.4G. You can store up to 50 kilograms of 1.4G for up to 21 consecutive days, provided they're not for sale. So provided you're not a retailer, basically. So you can store up to 50 kilograms of 1.4G fireworks in your home for up to 21 consecutive days. Obviously, my displays, I've got less than 21 kilograms, but I've got quite a bit. But my displays are all within the next 21 days, so I'm okay. Or you can store up to 250 kilograms of net explosive content for up to 5 consecutive days at the place of intended use. So I couldn't have 250 kilograms of 1.4G here, but if I was doing a display somewhere, I could store up to 250 kilograms of net explosive content at that place for up to 5 days before the event. In reality, these shows are nowhere near those limits. My show in Liverpool is about 12 kg. My show in Manchester is about 32. So below that limit. However, that's for 1.4G. 1.3G, you can store up to 5 kilograms of net explosive content for an unlimited time, and then up to 100 kilograms of net explosive content for up to 5 consecutive days at the place of their intended use. But if you have a mixture of 1.3 and 1.4G, so all this is 1.4G, if I had one single 1.3G firework in this garage, that would classify everything in this garage as 1.3G, and so I'd have more than 5 kilograms and I'd be over the limit. So that's why all my 1.3G fireworks are not here, not in this garage, not in this house at the moment, so that I don't go over those limits. But you can actually store, regardless of 1.3G or 1.4G, you can store an unlimited quantity of either or both for up to 24 hours, an unlimited quantity, which is quite crazy. So that's the limits on storage. Transport limits, as you'll know, because your ADR are slightly different, but that's for storage. So, and it is quite easy, as I say, so it's 5 kilograms for 1.3G for unlimited time. It's very easy with some of the big compounds and things, even some of the big barrages that are available now that are 1.3G. It's very easy to go over that if you're not careful. The way around that is to store some of your fireworks at another location, at another premises, and then that way you can split your fireworks across and still keep within those limits. So that's the way to do that. Most retailers as well, most specialist firework retailers will hold on to your fireworks for you till nearer your display as well. So for example, I haven't got any 1.3G fireworks here yet. Some of my 1.3G fireworks have arrived. They've gone to a different premises, so they're not here. They're in a different address. And I'm collecting some more the rest of my 1.3G, some more of my 1.3G fireworks tomorrow. I'll be bringing them back here, which initially is fine because it's up to 24 hours here. It's fine. So I will quickly prep those tomorrow, and then I will take them off site, put them at another address. And with my other 1.3G stuff, making sure I don't go over 5 kg there. If I do, I'll have to put some more in another address. It gets really complicated. But yes, there we go. Hopefully that's explained it again for the second day running. So that's fine. Useful, important information to know, because to say not everybody is aware of that. Guess Celtic did the naming in the pub after the viewing. Yes. Brad says, I really love the idea. I think they do it so more people buy their stuff. A great gimmick. Yes, we talk about names of fireworks there. Tom Parra UK came across your channel the other day, giving me some ideas for my candles. Oh, I appreciate that, Tom. Thanks. If you're not subscribed yet, do consider clicking subscribe and enable notifications, because my channel is exclusively about fireworks, but I'm all about promoting the safe and responsible use of fireworks. I do fireworks professionally. I do category 4 professionally, so I am a person of specialist knowledge in the eyes of the law. I'm a stage pyrotechnician as well, so I cover kind of both those worlds. But all my content is all family friendly. I like to promote the safe, responsible use of fireworks. I know there's firework channels out there that have millions of subscribers and thousands of views and do all kinds of crazy and dangerous things with fireworks. You're not going to find that on my channel. That doesn't mean my channel's not fun, as you guys know, because so many of you return for this 5th live stream in 6 days. So, but Tom, you are very welcome. I'm glad you found my channel, and I'm glad it's giving you some ideas. Doing my bonfire night Saturday, just pondering on what order to set off my stash at the moment. Yes, and that's always the challenge. As I was saying on one of my streams a day or two ago, I've got all my fireworks, well, most of my fireworks. I'm still waiting for some to arrive. So I know what fireworks I've got in my show, but I haven't actually designed the running order, the firing order yet. I started doing it this afternoon for my Liverpool one, and I've done a bare bones one for my Manchester one. So over the next couple of days, I will fine tune those and get those nailed down. But yes, working out a firing order is probably the most challenging thing, I think, with fireworks, because you want a good firing order. It's about trying to have variety in your show. It's about keeping the length of your show to something that the audience is not going to get bored of, making sure you mix things up in terms of different levels, so different effects, some fountains going off down here whilst you've got some effects going off here. So there's lots of different interest. There's nothing worse than going to a firework display and it drags on and on and on, and the fireworks, it's all the same and it's a bit much of a muchness. So yeah, trying to keep the interest there, putting in fireworks that I know have get a good reaction from the audience. We talked about Hocus Pocus the other day from Brothers, which I know audiences love, and some other fireworks as well. So yeah, but getting a good firing order is a challenge. When I do it, I tend to actually work backwards. I work out what my finale is going to be. Well, if I don't even work backwards, I work out which fireworks I'm going to have in my finale, how they're all going to interact, when they're all going to fire, which ones are going to be overlapping and stuff. Work out my finale, and then I'll jump right to the start of the show and how am I going to open the show, and then I kind of fill the bits in between. But it's a complex process. Maybe one day I'll actually stream how I go about working out my firing order. That might be quite an interesting stream. Maybe I'll do that at some point. So there we go. Tom says he's got quite a few bits. I've posted a little short on here. Not got a list to hand to remember the names. Yes, I mean, I can't remember every firework I've got. I've got hundreds of fireworks across these 2 displays. I can't remember them all without looking at my spreadsheet. Sometimes I buy fireworks because I like the packaging. Yeah, I mean, this is it. We do shop with our eyes, don't we? And that's why, as we were saying earlier, sometimes bigger is not necessarily better. You go into a shop and you see a massive firework, you think, wow, that looks amazing. You get it home and actually quite a lot of it's inside is polystyrene and padding, and yeah, it's not that impressive. So Tom's already subscribed. Thank you, Tom. I appreciate that. Thank you. Look forward to learning more. Well, welcome. You're so welcome, Tom. Thank you for your company here this evening. We're coming up to 22:11 here on this Tuesday evening. If you're watching live, of course, if you're watching on a replay, it's probably not a Tuesday evening at 22:11 at night. Or indeed, if you're watching elsewhere in the world, it's probably not 22:11 at night. But here in the UK right now, that's what time it is as I was doing this live. Brad says prime packaging is pretty attractive. I thought the older Celtic packaging was pretty boring. And yeah, so Celtic packaging and indeed early Vivid stuff was basically plain black, and some of their stuff still is. And I actually kind of like that, because coming from like the professional background, if you do fireworks professionally, you don't get fancy labels on stuff. You get very plain, boring labels, but it kind of looks professional. And I think that was what Celtic and indeed the early Vivid stuff they were going for. They wanted that professional look. So it's like, for example, I've got a couple of Vivid candles in this display. Really hard to get now because they've not brought any in for years. These are 56-shot Vivid candles. It's plain black. Other than the safety label, the candle is black. There's no fancy wording on it. There's no fancy design, images, logos. Just plain black with the label. I quite like that. But the general public, they shop with their eyes. They want something that's eye-catching. So that's why a lot of brands have kind of changed. So Celtic have done a bit more design. Vivid stuff now is all very well designed and things. What I do like about Celtic though is some of their cakes are red, which signifies low noise, and the rest are kind of primarily black, which signifies not low noise. So I like that kind of distinction they made. So you instantly know looking at a cake. So for example, there's a Celtic cake. Without even looking at the name, I know it's low noise because it's got the red wrapper as opposed to a black wrapper. So Evolution stuff, I do quite actually like the design of Evolution's newer stuff. Their older stuff was again quite plain. Their Fireworks would, you get a selection box from Evolution and you get a shot tube that was plain orange, you get one that's plain white and I think plain blue, and that was kind of the colour scheme they went with. I like the newer colour scheme. It's kind of nice across their range. Primed is colourful as well. Sparky Power said, had to go for anything. Did I miss anything? Not really, no. Just more chat. We've skimmed a few cakes. We are kind of getting through them slowly. So there we go. Heather is back. Hello, Heather Springer. Hello there, Mr. Marko. Hello, Heather. Nice to have your company here. 3D printer guy, I like it too. Makes it look and feel more professional. Yes, that's the plain packaging. So, yeah, again, it's one of those things. I think plain packaging is better. I kind of see past the fancy wrapper. I would much rather know how a firework performs rather than how it looks like. But, the average person buying fireworks, when you see them all in a shop display, and you see them all out, if you see one that's plain black or one that's got a really kind of bright, vividly neon coloured design on, which one are you guys are going to be drawn to that one, of course. So I do understand why they do that. But yes, I do like the plain packaging. It looks a lot more professional, I think. So when you take this off, it doesn't matter how neat it looks like. There's still a few little bits of this on. At the end of the day, it's going to be dark. People are not going to see this. Your spectators are going to be far enough away. They're not even going to see the labelling and the packaging on these cakes, let alone what it looks like on the top. But all I'm doing is just removing this from the tube so that when the shots eject, they're not going to rip all this up and send this spewing out all over the display site, which I'll then have to clean up afterwards. So that's why I'm doing this. But as I say, you don't have to do this. The fireworks will fire through these, no problem whatsoever. So these I really like these ones. This is Tranquil from Evolution. Really nice low noise one. Sends up nice thick comet tails primarily throughout its whole effect. So for both, I'm going to be using this in both of my displays, both my Liverpool one and my Manchester one. And I like to do these in fans. Not your traditional fan where they kind of fan out like that. I like to have them on my 3 cake sites and have the outer ones firing inwards so that all 3 shots kind of go up to a single point in the sky. So that's another way you can do fans. Traditionally, a fan is kind of from one place outwards, and you can do that, and that would look impressive fired like that together. But because these are nice thick comet tails, I like doing them that way, and so they all meet up in the sky quite high. Of course, that only works on the very first shot because the timings on these, the first tube I can get to fire together by E-matching them, but the second, third, fourth tubes, you're never going to get them exact. They'll be close, but they're not going to be exact. But even so, I really like Tranquil. I've used this for a number of years now. Really, probably my favourite Evolution piece. Even though it's small, it's only got 120 grams of net explosive content, 16 shots, burn time of 20 seconds, but some nice thick comet tails from that. So I do recommend that as Tranquil from Evolution. Pyro Davey, currently prepping for my home display while watching. Yes, I know a lot of you have this on in the background whilst you're doing your own prep. And that's great. I love that. We're all prepping together. Hashtag prepping together. Enough with the hashtag, people are saying. Vinny's here, says, hello, great channel. I have been enjoying your reviews over the last few months. I know you can't fire everything, but would love to see you fire Funk and Wild, Scala from Funky. It's a monster. Yes, I have yet to fire a single Funky piece, which I'm very sad about because it does look impressive. People are raving about Funky. It's still relatively new in the UK. It's only been around maybe 3-4 years now. And sadly, it's not as widely available as brands like for example, Celtic, which you can pick up pretty much in any specialist firework retailer. Funky stuff is only available from a handful of retailers at the moment. Hopefully that will change. But yes, it does look impressive. All of Funky stuff looks really impressive, to be fair. One day I'm sure I will get my hands on some of it and be able to fire and review it and put it on my channel. So 3D Print Guy's got one, saving it for New Year's Eve. Yep. The other benefit, I mean, we were talking earlier like whether I prefer cellophane or paper tops. The other benefit of having the cellophane is it does provide a bit of waterproofing on the cake as well. But I am going to waterproof these by wrapping them in cling film, or as you guys call it in America, sarin wrap or pallet wrap, to waterproof them. And the shots will fire absolutely fine through that. The benefit of pallet wrap or sarin wrap over this, this doesn't tend to melt. This red stuff, shots will fire through it and you will find bits of this strewn all over the ground. Whereas if you cover it with cling film and fire through cling film, the cling film tends to melt rather than you get little bits of cling film everywhere. The cling film tends to sort of stay on the firework. So it allows you to waterproof the entire firework rather than just the top. Plus it's easier on the cleanup as well. So let's get these ones back in here, out of the way. Let's do these ones. Have you got any more Vivid products in your show this year, Mark? So yes, I got the Vivid 56 shot candles, which are a bit of a rarity. I've been saving them for a special occasion. I'm going to use this on my Manchester display. I've also got on my fountain tables for my Manchester display, there's going to be 5 along the front of my display. I've got 5 Vivid Goldilocks fountains, really impressive fountains. This is only the 2nd year they've been around. I was the first one in the UK to fire and film one of these last year. Really impressive, lovely deep gold fountain with some bits of blue in it. Really nice. I've got 5 of those. Other Vivid pieces I've got a Screaming Demons as part of my finale for my Manchester display, which is a lovely, lovely piece. Howling kind of comets that go up to like falling leaves, red falling leaves. Really unusual. Like it's a dump cake. You probably know it, but if you don't, it's a really good piece. I use that quite a lot. Screaming Demons. There's also Screaming Banshee. I prefer Screaming Demons, both similar. Screaming Banshee doesn't have the red falling leaves though at the end. Let me see what other Vivid stuff I've got. Let me get my spreadsheet up rather than try and do this from memory. Let's filter by brand. Vivid. Yes, actually, so at the moment those are the only Vivid pieces I've got in this one. I'm still humming and hawing about possibly putting venom and anti-venom in. We'll see. I'm hoping some more fireworks are going to arrive before Sunday. If they don't, it might be a last minute dash to go out and buy venom and anti-venom to fill in for the fireworks that I'm not receiving. But I'm still time. It's only Tuesday. Hopefully, hopefully the fireworks will arrive. If not, as I say, I do have contingencies. That's why I went out today and bought the 2 packs of the 3 Wise Monkeys from Gemstones as little fillers in case my other fireworks don't arrive in time for my display on Sunday. But I do like Vivid products. I do usually use quite a lot of them in this display though. I think just because like prices of things, I managed to get a lot of Evolution stuff this year for a really good price. And I like to change it up as well. I don't like to use the same products year in, year out. Yes, I have products that are kind of my go-to ones that I do use a lot of. Like the Yorgi strobes that we talked about. I use them in pretty much every single display I ever do because they're cheap as chips and really good. Tranquil is one I use quite a lot. Sputnik I've not really used much. I think I might have used it before from Evolution. 102 grams net explosive content, 25-second burn time, 16 shots. Description, lemon, peony, red glitter, pearl, purple peony, green glitter, red peony, white glitter. So peonies, various different colours in these. So yeah, I do like to mix it up a little bit and use different fireworks from different brands each year. So some years I might go heavier on one brand and then lighter in another year and things. So we'll see. I love Screaming Demons, says Chris. Didn't get any this year, though have to maintain variation year on year. Yeah, that's right. So like for example, I'm not using it in my Liverpool display. I have used it as part of the finale in my Liverpool display before, but they've seen that and it's an impressive piece. But once you've seen it, if all your displays end with that, it's going to get a bit boring. However, this is the first time I've done this display in Manchester, so they won't have seen Screaming Demons yet. So I'm going to be using that as part of the finale, along with a couple of Ghost Riders from Celtic, which are really nice. So I'm kind of going for a bit of a red theme for the finale. It's just kind of the way it's worked out. There's no significance to that. I just thought I could do a really nice red finale using Screaming Demons and some Ghost Riders and some Yorgi red flares and some Celtic red strobes and various other bits. So, right, that's that box of cakes skimmed. Should we do some more skimming or should we do some waterproofing? Let's do a little bit more skimming first. Let me see what I've got in this box. I've got some cakes in here, or is this candles in here? This is, they're already done. So there's a box underneath. Let's just move this out of the way. Let's put that down there. Bear with me a second, folks, whilst I shuffle stuff around here. That over there. Right, let's see what I've got in this one. Yes, here we go. We've got some bigger fanned ones we can take a look at. So this is from Zeus Fireworks. This is Night Tracer. Frustratingly, it comes in two different variants. They're two quite different variants, and yet they're both called Night Tracer. This one is, it should be, a Z firing coloured crossette cake. So Z firing means, well, okay, so let's talk about fan firing. Fan firing is when everything fires together in a fan. Z firing is when it will fire this, and this, and then go back this, and this. Sometimes they're called wiper cakes. We technically call them Z firing. So this is Z firing crossettes. Crossettes are where a coloured comet goes up and it splits off into four. So that's Night Tracer. There is another version of Night Tracer that has crackling effects rather than coloured effects, but I've hopefully gone for the coloured one, and it's fanned. It's Z firing, but it's a fan barrage, so you can see this is the benefit of having this cellophane over the top. You can kind of see the angle of all the tubes. Also had two fuses, a main fuse and a reserve fuse. I've done a video on my channel on the differences between main fuse and reserve fuse and some things you can do with the reserve fuse, what it's there for, when to use it, when not to use it. So that's there. I did actually have one cake, we might see it in a minute, that usually they're labelled main fuse and reserve fuse or fuse 1 and fuse 2. I had one of these fireworks, actually just had two main fuses, like, which is the reserve one? We worked it out, but yeah, bigger fireworks do have a main and a reserve fuse. The main one is the one you should use. Let's have a look. Chat, let's catch up on the chat. Okay, Bradley Cable Wright is here, says, what are you doing? Sorry, just came on your channel looking at rockets. So I'm prepping some cakes. I've got a display coming up on Sunday. I've got another display coming up on Tuesday. So over the course of these live streams, this is like the fifth live stream, I think, over the last sort of 6 days. I've been setting up my fountain tables. I've been setting up my candle fans and things. And today I'm doing some cake prep and answering your questions and stuff on cakes, barrages, how to mount them safely, how to use them safely, and things like that. So that's what we're doing, Bradley. But welcome in. Thanks for coming across my channel. If you enjoy this stream, why not consider subscribing as well? Because my channel is all about fireworks. I'm in the UK. I do fireworks professionally and as a hobby. My name is Mark. I don't know if I said that, but if you know who's this guy, my name's Mark. I'm in the UK and I do fireworks, and my channel is all about fireworks. I like to promote the safe and responsible use of fireworks. I do live streams. I do exclusive first look. Sometimes when fireworks come into the UK, I get given them before anybody else. I fire them and film them and get them out on YouTube as quickly as possible. So lots of exclusive content on my channel as well. So if you like fireworks, then you've kind of come to the right place. So I hope you enjoy this stream, and I hope you consider subscribing to my channel, Bradley. Mark says, I have 19 funky rockets waiting to fire. Early start is calling for me. Bedtime night all. That's absolutely fine, Mark. Thanks for your company again on this stream. I appreciate it. It is coming up to 11 o'clock PM here. So yeah, you get some sleep and hopefully see you on the next stream. Have a good night, Chris. Have a good night, Mark. Sorry, Chris is still here. Chris, I've gone with a funky gold bomber for off an ollie piece this year. Get your fingers crossed it's good. Yeah, again, I've seen footage of that. It does look impressive, that piece. Got a few funky / Argento pieces myself. Can't go wrong. Had to purchase a new gold bomber. Yeah, Reikio fireworks are incredibly good. Yes, and I've got quite a lot of Reikio this year in my Manchester display. I think I've got one Reikio piece in my Liverpool display, and I think I've got about 7 or 8 pieces of Reikio in my Manchester display. Yeah, really impressive. They're imported by Vivid, so it's kind of the Vivid quality and then some. So yeah, Reikio is good. I do rate those. One small problem, all their products seem to do the same thing. Yeah, there is a lot of similarity in their products. That's a fair point, yeah. But they do it well. So, let's see. Funky probably top firework company at the moment. Gold Bomber, what a cake for finale. If you get hold of it, to see the yeah, I've seen the video of it. It does look impressive. Yes, I've just not been able to get hold of any funky stuff at the moment. Yeah, Chris says, love Screaming Demons. Yeah, I missed that whole section of chat there. Apologies for that, folks. Jason says we have a lot of it's in stock, Mark. If you fancy drive down to us, are we talking what the funky stuff? Yeah, it's probably too late for this year, but I shall certainly bear that in mind for next year, Jason. Thank you. Brad, crossets are my favourite effect. They also make a satisfying sound. Yes, I like crossets because for lots of different reasons. A, they're low noise, so you can use them in low noise displays. And B, they're sky filling because one shot breaks into 4. So it's a great way of filling the sky, especially if you get a fanned crosset cake like this. This is just going to fill the whole sky with colour. So yes, I do like crossets as well. They're a really good effect. Plus they're bright and intense. Yes, they are indeed. Baby Lisa is back. I didn't realise you'd gone, but welcome back, Lisa. Good to have you still here. Ollie says my main garden display this year is going to be mid-November time to coincide with my birthday and bonfire night. My birthday is the 13th of November, so I plan to fire on the 16th of November. Very good. Okay, so yeah, we've spoken a little bit about this fan cake night tracer from Zeus. Again, first time firing this, but I've seen footage. There is that. It is annoying that there are 2 different versions of Night Tracer, so there are 2 different sets of videos out there. Some retailers stock the crackling one, other retailers stock the colourful one. I've hopefully, all being well, got the coloured one. 465 grams of net explosive content in here, category F2, 25mm tubes. And let's skim this as well. Again, we've got to be careful, the fuse is in the top of here, so we've got to be careful to skim past those. Like that. So say I'm not worried about it looking particularly neat. I just want this plastic to not be interfering with any of the tubes. So that's Night Tracer. I think I've got one in each of my shows, my Liverpool show and my Manchester show. I think this year I've also got one each of these. These are from Classic. Screaming Demons. No, not screaming demons, that's vivid. Screaming UFOs. I'll show you the top of this because it's a mixed firing pattern. So we talk about different sorts of firing patterns. This is mixed. What does mixed mean? Mixed means it has some straight firing, it has some tubes at different angles. So there is a row that's fanned, there's a row that's straight, there's a row that has some straight and some off to the sides. There's various different firing patterns in there, and you can see that quite nicely through the cellophane in this. So this is 66 shots, 22-second burn time. That's very precise. Whether it'll be exactly 22, we'll see. 20mm tubes and 497 grams of net explosive content, so nearly half a kilogram of NEC there. This was the one that had two start fuses on. Yes, both the fuses said start. Normally one says start and one says reserve. Fortunately, I've got two of these, and the other one did have the fuse labels right, so I was able to work out on this one which was the start one and which one was reserve one. If you don't know, if you happen to get, and it does happen, where you get a firework that basically they've put the wrong label on and you've either got two reserve fuses or two start fuses and you don't know which is which, how can you work it out? The other way you can work it out is by looking at the product video for this. So there's a fuse on this corner here, there's a fuse on this corner here. This one obviously goes into this first row of straight firing tubes. This one goes into this row of fanned tubes. So the way to work it out, if you didn't have another one to compare it with, look at the product video. Does the firework start with straight firing and end with fanned firing, or does it start with fanned firing and end with straight firing? This one starts with straight firing, so I knew from that that the main fuse must be the one going into this straight firing section, not the one going into this fan section. Does it make a difference? Does it matter which one you like? For some fireworks, no. For others, yeah, you'll just kind of get your final volley first and then the cake will slow down. Most cakes they start, fairly mundane, and then the last set of shots, the last bang will all go off together. So if you fire the reserve fuse by mistake first, all that's going to happen is you're going to get a lot of shots initially and then more of a mundane pace. So there we go. Tom Harris says, have a good evening all. Early start in the morning, so I'm going to call it a night. Night, Tom. Thanks for being here. Thanks for finding my channel. Hopefully see you again on my next stream. Arc Wolf 1991. Ever fired any Cat 4 before? Curious to ask. Yes, I have, because I'm a person of specialist knowledge, and so legally I can fire Cat 4 with professional display companies. So yes, I have fired Cat 4 before. What happens if fireworks don't fully fire? And that does happen. Obviously, like in fireworks like this, in big fireworks, you have a single fuse that runs around all the tubes and lights them all in turn. What do you do if a firework doesn't fire? Well, the first thing you do is not go back to it straight away. Leave it a good 15 minutes, half an hour before you go back to it. If it's got a reserve fuse like this, you can safely light the reserve fuse, and then that should allow you to fire the rest of it. So if a firework like this fails to fully go off, it's because there's a break somewhere in the fuse. So it might do some of these shots and then stop. The fuse, the reserve fuse, obviously is the other end of that fuse, so going the other way. So you can light that and it should do all the remaining shots, provided there's just one break in the fuse. And then your firework's fully fired and it's safe to dispose of. That's another reason why it can be beneficial leaving the foil or the polythene tops or the paper tops on here, because it makes it more easy to see when this has fired or not fired. If I keep this red polythene on the top, when each shot fires through, it's going to puncture, obviously, this. If it only punctures half of this and this still has this red stuff over the top of all these tubes, I know those tubes haven't fired. So that's certainly an argument for keeping this on, because then you can see very easily visually whether all your tubes have fired or not. If you don't have a reserve fuse on your firework and you light it and only half your shots go off or whatever, the safest thing you can do, again, leave it at least 15 minutes, half an hour, I'd suggest, and then put it in a bucket of water. Get a big bucket of water, put the entire firework in, leave it in there overnight, and then the next morning throw it out in your general waste. That's the safest thing you can do. if your firework fails to fully ignite. What if you lit the reserve fuse and the main fuse simultaneously? You can do that. And actually, so last year, Vivid brought out a new product. It was called Ziegelstein. I think, was it Ziegelstein or was it Cataclysm? It might have been Cataclysm. I can't remember. It was one of Vivid's products last year. Anyway, it was meant to last 20 seconds. I was the first in the UK to get hold of it. I fired it and it lasted a minute. 3 times longer than it was meant to. It was meant to be kind of like a bit of a dump cake, semi-dump cake, and actually it was really slow. And so it was disappointing for some people that had ordered it. Other people were like, actually, yeah, that kind of works better. But it did have reserve fuse on as well. So you can basically halve the duration of cakes. And sometimes we do that in professional shows. If we've got a cake that lasts a minute and we only want it to last 30 seconds, if we ignite both fuses at once, so it burns from both ends, the shots will go up in half the time. So you can light both together to half the duration of your cakes. So is it safe to do that? Yes. It basically halves the duration. Yes, it was Cataclysm, that's right, yes. And you'll find that on my channel. Cataclysm, that's right, yes. It should have lasted like 20 seconds. Meant to be a bit of a dump cake, lasted about a minute. So, but again, you could shorten that by lighting both fuses together. But again, only if you can do that safely. If you are hand firing, I would recommend you don't do that, because really once you light one fuse, you need that time to retire, to go move away from it. If you've got to find like on this, so the main fuse is on this side, the reserve fuse on this side. By the time you've lit this one, by the time you've got around this one and you try and light this one, you're eating into your safety time to get away. So I would advise that if you are going to light both fuses together, you do it if either they're kind of, it's a small cake and they're both on top and you can light them both safely very quickly, or you use electronic firing to safely ignite both fuses. So there we go. Cataclysm, yes. I was going to get one this year and match both fuses, but Jeopardy won me over, yes. Okay, so let's take the this horrible stuff off the top. I say it's horrible, it serves a purpose. In some respects it's better to paper because I can see what's actually under here. This has actually got 2 layers, interestingly. It's got a red layer and a clear layer, so it's got double the amount. Again, still absolutely no problem. The shots will fire through this without issue. Let's get all this off. This bit on this side. Sometimes this cellophane gets stuck down the side. Sometimes it just gets pushed down the side and it rips out really easily. This one has actually been stuck. And I'll give you another little tip on fireworks like this in a second. Let me just get this off. So sometimes on cakes that are fanned or angled like this, especially on the bigger bore stuff, I don't know if you can see this corner. So this tube here, this last tube, I'll try and turn it here. When that fires, that's actually going to catch the side of this. It's kind of a little bit low. It could do with being a little bit higher. It's not flush with this edge of the cake, so it's a little bit lower. So what you can do is just bend this bit back, rip this bit back, cut this bit off, just to stop the effect from catching that. It's absolutely fine to do it without. That will still fire, no problem like that. But what will happen, or there's more likelihood, that as that star ejects, it will actually catch fire and you'll end up with the carcass of your firework catching fire. And it does happen with cakes, more noticeably on bigger bore cakes, more noticeably on 1.3G cakes, but it can happen where a carcass catches fire, you know, sometime after it's fired. You can help minimize that by just making sure that none of the angled tubes will catch on any of the cardboard around the edge. So like again, there's a bit there. I'll just bend that back or cut that a little bit off. Don't cut too far down because actually this box that it's in is kind of holding it all together. But just by preventing any stars from coming out of here and actually rubbing against the side of the firework, you'll minimise the chance that this will smoulder and catch fire. You won't completely eliminate the risk of that, but it will help. Just a little tip there. I'm just going to grab a drink because my throat is starting to get a little bit sore from all the talking constantly for the past 2 hours, nearly 2.5 hours. So bear with me a sec, folks. That's better. I'll put that down there. Let's catch up on the chat. You could use 2 port fires at the same time. I wouldn't yet, no. Handling 1 port fire, I think, at a time is challenging enough. I wouldn't really want to be juggling 2 port fires, really. And for those of you who don't know what port fires are, I don't think I've got one to hand to show you. They're little sticks, probably about that long. You light them, they burn with a green flame, a little bit like almost like a little blowtorch, and they're great for lighting. If you're hand lighting fireworks, they're probably the safest and most reliable method you can use to hand light fuses. Most retailers, even the supermarkets, you usually get them in packs of 3 or 4 for £1 or so, something like that. If you're hand lighting, I do highly recommend them. Much more reliable than using a lighter or matches. Or like a blowtorch. You can use blowtorches. I mean, I sometimes use like a chef's blowtorch if I'm hand lighting stuff. You have to be really careful though with those. And I can sort of demonstrate why. Let's see if I can get a piece of fuse and show you. Let me get some fuse out. Have I got any green visco to show you? There's a bit of green visco. So yes, if you're hand lighting and you're using a form of blowtorch or a chef's blowtorch or something, if that's your fuse from your firework, you need to make sure that you use your blowtorch at 90 degrees to it. If you use your blowtorch end on, the power of the blowtorch can actually burn through this fuse like instantly, and so you then don't have a delay. You don't have time to get away. Visco fuse on consumer fireworks burns at a rate of approximately 1 centimetre a second. Fuses have to be a minimum of 7 seconds. You have to have a minimum of 7 seconds. So you've then got at least 7 seconds to move away to a place of safety before the firework goes off. So if you use a blowtorch, use it that way, that angle to the tip. Don't use it end on, because the force of the blowtorch risks burning through a lot of this, and before you know it, the firework goes off in your face, or you've only got 1 second or whatever to get away. So port fires are safer because the flame is much smaller than a blowtorch. Smaller? Smaller. Much smaller than a blowtorch. So you can kind of light those end on and they instant light. So yeah, if you're going to use a blowtorch or a chef's blowtorch or whatever, just be careful of that. Do it 90 degrees to the fuse, not end on. Baby Lisa says, I find fireworks dangerous. I remember bonfire night when I was little, firework fell over instead of going up and it fired at the window. Yeah, I mean, you know, fireworks are dangerous. They are, at the end of the day, explosives. You've got to treat them with respect. You've got to be sensible. You've got to be careful around them. I said on the other stream, you know, don't drink alcohol if you're doing fireworks. Don't be under the influence of drugs. Make sure you read all the instructions on fireworks. Make sure you secure them properly. Keep them nice and dry. Light them responsibly and things. So yes, fireworks are dangerous because they're explosives, and of course there's a risk with any explosive, but if you use them safely, they can be enjoyable. If you take measures to prevent fireworks falling over, you can minimize the likelihood of the incident you had when one fired at a window. Fortunately, it was a window, not a person. But yeah, fireworks are dangerous. 3D printing guy in the USA, I heard some places have a 1.4 Pro license where you can get, it's a course. Yes, I've heard that as well. It's a bit more complicated, firework regulations in the States, because each state has their own rules. Some states ban fireworks. Some have very big limits on what you can use them. Yes, I am aware that over in the US, in some states, you can get a 1.4 Pro license. I don't think you can get 1.3 licenses over there. I think everything is 1.4. But over there, I wouldn't say safety is more lax over there, but like over here, consumers can't fire shells. Over there, consumers, you can get mortars and reloadable Remote Walters with shells that you can put in and fire off over there. And also you see some big fireworks supermarkets over there where literally it's just like a supermarket but with fireworks. They look mega, but all these fireworks, they're not dummies. These are actual live fireworks. And yeah, there are videos out there on YouTube of people going into them and lighting fireworks. It's just like, oh, so dangerous. It wouldn't be allowed over here at all. So, but you know, everywhere in the world is different, have different regulations on fireworks. Ours in the UK are quite tight, quite stringent, but for good reason, you know. And yeah, some places in America it's quite lax. Probably wasn't secured properly, says Blue Nose. Yeah, absolutely. If a firework falls over, it's not been secured properly. It's as simple as that. Or the fireworks was faulty. Yeah, okay. Again, fireworks, when they're faulty, they can blow apart. You can mitigate that, like we were talking earlier about cake boxes. If there's a candle in a cake in there that explodes, it's going to be contained somewhat by the fact that it's in a cake box. So Brad says, I just hope they never ban fireworks from the public use here because of the minority. Yeah, absolutely. Yeah, we do have really strict firework laws in the UK. The issue is they're not really enforced particularly well. So, for example, like it's illegal. It's now 11:15 at night. It's illegal to let off fireworks now in the UK. If I was to go outside and let off a firework now, I would be breaking the law. In reality, though, what's stopping me from doing that? I could go out and let off a firework and there'd be no repercussions. So we do have quite stringent laws on fireworks, but they're not really enforced to a great extent. So I don't think we need tighter regulation on fireworks in the UK or banning of fireworks. We just need the current rules to be enforced better. And then that would clamp down on idiots and antisocial behaviour and things like that. So, but yeah, no, I agree with you. I hope they don't get banned because of the minority of people that use them irresponsibly. Because most people in the UK, as results from polls have shown, do actually enjoy fireworks, don't want to see them banned. They just want to see antisocial use of them, you know, dealt with and things. So there are lots of myths over fireworks. There's myths that, oh, fireworks are getting louder each year. They're not. There is a legal limit on the noise level of fireworks as well, which other countries don't have. We have that in the UK. There is a limit on the diameter of tubes you can get in cakes here in the UK, 30 mil. Other countries don't have that. Like in Europe, you can get 50 mil tubes on cakes and things like that. So we do have some really tight laws on fireworks here in the UK, which would work if they are properly enforced, I think. So there we go. So that's Screaming UFOs. Interesting. What I quite like interesting about this one is it actually has some tubes on the side, on their side. They don't actually have any fireworks in. They are just empty tubes and they're just used to spaces basically to keep these tubes apart. But it's interesting that they basically reuse empty tubes to do that. So that's quite unusual, that, but I like that on their Screaming UFOs from Classic there. This one, effects wise, it's coloured pearls and they're meant to have a bit of a screaming sound to them. I've seen different videos of this though with different effects, so I'm not entirely 100% sure how this is going to perform. I've seen some videos where it looks really impressive. I've seen some videos where it's like, oh, those effects are quite different. So we'll see. Chris says to maybe Lisa, I had a scare when a large ball that I had buried, as per the directions, managed to bounce out of the hole due to the recoil and hard saw. Yeah, this is it. I never bury fireworks. I know fireworks say on them, lots of them say bury to this line. But the danger of doing that, or the risk with doing that is, yes, if you've got springy ground, the recoil from the firework can actually make the firework jump out of the hole. I think it's much safer to stake and tape cakes rather than digging holes and burying them. And as we said on the stream, one of the other streams the other day, I know I'm repeating myself quite a bit, if you bury stuff in the ground, if your ground's wet, that moisture can seep into the firework and make it malfunction, not perform correctly. So if you are going to bury stuff, make sure you waterproof around it with some cling film or a plastic bag or whatever before you put it in the ground. But really, digging holes in the ground, burying stuff in the ground is not ideal. The best way of doing it, staking and taping. Chris says, I was hand firing and despite moving well away, we're still within range of the shots. We moved to electronic firing following. Yeah, I mean, electronic firing is the safest way you can ignite your fireworks. There's very few, in fact, I'm not really aware of any professional companies now that still hand fire. they all electronically fire now because it is safer. Yes, I know it takes a little bit of enjoyment out of it. Yes, I know you can get a buzz from hand lighting fireworks, but really it's a lot safer to electronically ignite fireworks. Then you can be, you know, so far away from the fireworks. My new FireTech firing system, I was doing a test on it the other day because it claims to have a 3-mile range line of sight between the controller and the mods. I was doing it in a built-up area, so I wasn't able to test, but I got 500 meters away, and that was with the modules in the house and my controller in my car, and I kind of drove and saw it, and I could drive like half a kilometre away and it would still see the modules. That's how far away I could be and still fire the fireworks. So yes, electronic firing systems allow you to get further away. 3D printer guy says, like the Gatling gun, for example, I would love to see it get removed and rewrapped. Yes. And decent long stakes, absolutely, yeah. 3D printer guy, hashtag reuse the tube. I like it. We're coming up with some great hashtags tonight, guys. I'm enjoying this. Right, let's put this one back in here then now. Say, I still need to waterproof these, but we're skimming them at the moment. What's this one? Wolf. I like Wolf. Where it does get confusing is I've actually got two products in my displays called Wolf. One of my displays, I've got a Reikio product called Wolf and a Yogi product called Wolf. I'm actually using this in both my displays because this is really nice. It's low noise. It's a 20mm tube, 40 shot, and it's a Hummer cake. Hummers are an unusual effect. They're always a crowd pleaser. The crowds always love this. Even if I use this every year, the crowds will still ooh and ah at it. So it kind of makes sort of woo, woo, woo sounds rather than whistles or screeching or things like that. So it's an unusual sounding effect. That's its primary effect. So it's not particularly colourful. It doesn't have any big bursts. Its primary effect is its unusual sound. There's various different humming cakes out there. This is one of the better ones, I think. It's by Yogi. It's category F2. It contains a total of, let's see how much net explosive content it has. It lasts 30 seconds. 328.3 grams of net explosive content. So this is a different top again. We've seen the polythene tops, we've seen the paper tops. This is kind of a foil top with polythene over. It's not quite foil, it's basically just paper, but it's kind of shiny paper, but it has the polythene over as well. So we've basically got two different layers to take off here. Let's just catch up on the chat. Yeah, people saying hashtag reuse the tube. Blue Nose, it's really surprising they still print with instructions to bury to this line. Yeah, I agree. I'm not sure why they still do that. Surely manufacturers know more than anyone that staking and taping is far more secure and easier as well. You know, some of these big cakes, I mean, let's see if this has a bury to this line on. No, I don't think it does. Not everything does, which is good, but a lot of things still do. Yeah, burying to this line, I don't really know anybody that really does that. Hummers always get a laugh, yeah, absolutely. Brad says, Yogi, my retailer sells some of them. Yes, I really rate Yogi products, I really do. Not all retailers stock them, sadly, but there is a massive range of Yogi products. I'm using quite a lot in both of these displays. Lots of Yogi candles, the Storm 3s, the Storm 4s, the Dream 1s, the spinners, Yogi strobes I'm using, some Yogi fountains, quite a few Yogi cakes. Yeah, I do rate Yogi. They're Polish, and they're imported into the UK by First Galaxy Fireworks, so they all ultimately come via them. But yeah, I really like Yogi stuff. Some of their fountains are really nice as well, unusual. So yeah, this is called Wolf. What I will say, quick tip, if you're using a Hummer cake like this or any other cake that produces like a humming effect, because its principal effect is that humming sound, it can be masked out. If you've got big breaks going off in the sky at the same time, you're going to lose this effect. You're not going to hear it over the top of your big salutes, big breaks. So I tend to use this in like low noise sections of my display, or when there's fountains going off or whatever. I don't use this at the same time as other cakes that are going to have big breaks in the sky, because you'll lose the effect. You just won't hear it over the breaks. But used on its own when you've got other low noise stuff going, it's really nice. So that's Wolf. We can actually, let's do a little bit on these big ones. Let's do a bit of waterproofing. Let's change it up a bit and do some waterproofing on these cakes for a bit, because we've been going 2 hours 39 and not done any waterproofing yet. Let's have a look. Dan Jones is back. Have I missed anything in the last hour? Yeah. You've missed some more comedy hashtags. You've missed a bit more of me skimming the tops of cakes. You've missed some good conversations about all kinds of things, including differences between 1.3G, 1.4G fireworks, storage, transport. What else have we talked about? We talked about a lot of stuff. Squares and Frozen, pro companies do still hand fire occasionally. Yeah, I am aware that there are a couple of old school companies, shall we say, that still prefer to hand fire, but and I think they do it because they get a kick out of it, and that's fine. You know, there is a buzz when you hand fire. I get that. But it is becoming rarer and rarer, that's true. ArcWolf1991 says no rockets. No, there are no rockets in either of my displays. I don't use rockets in my public displays. They're just too unpredictable. They're just not that safe to use around spectators, because their flight paths can be pretty erratic. You've got the risk of, well, those rocket sticks have got to fall down somewhere. And especially if you're using big rocket sticks with hinges and you've got those falling down out of the sky, not the safest. So there's just too much risk, I think, with rockets in public displays. That doesn't mean I won't do rockets in my back garden. If you saw my New Year's Eve stream, I built a rocket rack, a big thing. I've still got it. It's really good. Don't know what I'm going to do with it again, but to let off 60 big rockets in a volley at midnight, and that was really quite impressive. Right, let me have some more drink because my throat is burning up. .3D printer kite has to leave in about half an hour. I'll be back after, if you're still on. I don't know how long I'm going to go tonight. We'll see. I do need to be careful because obviously I have been doing a lot of streaming. Probably close to nearly, how many streams have we done now? This is the 5th stream and they've each been about 4 hours, give or take, 4, 8. So nearly a day's worth of streaming. I do have to be careful because obviously it is affecting my voice. I'm not getting anywhere near as much prep done as I need to do. But plus, also, I do need to make sure I get enough sleep in advance of these displays, because we talked about, you know, not drinking alcohol, not doing drugs and all those kind of things when you're doing firework. You've also got to have your wits about you and kind of be alert and stuff. And so if I'm exhausted and tired come Sunday, that's not going to be ideal either. But we'll go for a little bit longer. It's only half 11. It's half 11 at the moment. So yeah, if you've got to go in about half an hour, that's fine. I may still be here when you come back. I may not, but there'll be more streams coming up, I'm sure. Okay, so waterproofing. Why do we waterproof fireworks? Well, to keep them dry. That was a bit of a silly question, really, wasn't it? So the next question is, how do we waterproof it? Again, there's lots of different ways of doing it. Some people will get a plastic bag, like a bin liner, something like that, put the cake in the bag, and then that's done. That's one way of doing it, absolutely. The way I do it is I tend to use cling film, wide stuff, good quality stuff. This year I've actually kind of upgraded to pallet wrap for the first time. So I'm going to pallet wrap stuff, only because I had a lot of stuff to wrap and with doing 2 displays, and so I wanted to be able to buy it in bulk. So I've got like 500 meters or whatever it is of pallet wrap. I'm going to wrap my cakes in it. And that's going to protect them. I'm not going to do that though for like the cakes I put in my cake trays. I can just wrap over the top of that whole tray rather than individually. These bigger ones are not going to be in cake trays. These are going to be stake and taped. So I do want to waterproof them. The forecast is actually looking all right for Sunday in Liverpool, but even so, we are in the UK. You can never take any chances. So it's best to always waterproof. Baby Lisa, tomorrow is my 3rd day in college. I will sign off now. See you on the next stream. Yep, good night then, Baby Lisa. Enjoy your day at college tomorrow. So, let's get this pallet wrap. The other good thing about using pallet wrap, it's a little bit stronger. It's a little bit thicker than your cling film, your sarin wrap. It's also wider as well, which is great for the bigger cakes. Normally I'd have to do like kind of 2 bits to cover the bigger cakes with normal cling film, but this I can do everything in one. So we'll move that out of the way. We will lay this out on my makeshift table, which will double up as a board for some of these cakes for my Manchester display, where I'm firing it from a football pitch, and so I can't stake and tape, frustratingly. Let's just move that there. Let's pull this out a little bit more, like that. Okay, we're going to put the cake there, kind of in the middle, wrap this over the top. It's not quite gone all the way. Let's move it this way a little bit more. Unwind a bit more. Stand that there. We can go over the top. Like that. That's good. And then we'll unwind a bit more so we can go over the top this way, and then we'll do the sides. So a little bit more. Where's my scissors? Here. So this one's going to go over like that. It of course sticks to itself, so it's really good. Now to do the sides, you've got to do this in a certain way. You've got to be careful, because if you do this in the wrong way, water can still get in. So I've seen people where they fold the top down first and the bottom up. Water can get in. What you need to do is you need to fold your bottom up first, like that, and then fold your sides in, top down. So bottom up, top down, hashtag, hashtag bottom up, top down. And that means water, if it rains, can't actually get into this cake at all. Turn it around this way, so bottom up, like that, get the sides in, top down. That firework is now waterproof. That can sit out on wet ground, waterproof underneath. It can survive a decent rain shower and it won't get wet. So that's how I waterproof cakes. I know one of the questions I get asked a lot is how many layers of sarin wrap, cling film, pallet wrap can you put over these, or should you put over those? I find one's fine, but you can put more over and it will still shoot through, no problem at all. You could put another layer the other way if you're going to be out in a stormy weather. You can put extra waterproofing on, and that works just as well. Brad, I've watched your videos of Firework Champions. I went to the one in Newbury Hall Ripon this year and absolutely loved it. Drone shows are always pretty impressive too. Yes, I went to Firework Champions this year. I actually crewed on one of the Firework Champions Catton Hall last year in 2023. They are good events, for sure. Bulletproof Mum needs to sleep. Night, guys. Thanks for the stream, Mark. Take care, all. Yeah, good night, Bulletproof Mum. Thanks for being here again on this stream. See you next time. Sparky Power, heard it's going to be dry but possibly foggy, which can ruin seeing the effects in the sky. So hopefully the fog stays away till later in the night. Yes, and if you're firing near water as well, you've got rivers, things like that. There's always an increased risk of fog. Smoke is the big one, actually. If there's moisture in the air and no wind, smoke can linger, and that can kind of ruin your displays as well. In fact, the Festival of Fireworks this year, and indeed last year, kind of got smoked out because of lingering smoke. That takes place near a river, and the smoke from the fireworks just kind of sat over the firing site. So much so that actually I think some people this year nicknamed it, instead of the Festival of Fireworks, Festival of Smoke. It's just quite funny. And the Springer with the hashtag bottom up, top down. That's right. But Brad says bye-bye to everyone who needs sleep and getting tired. I thought this was going to be a 30-minute stream. Actually, I'm enjoying the long streams, to be fair. Yes, I never know how long I'm going to stream for. This is the 5th stream I've done in the past 6 days. I think the shortest one was about 3 hours. The longest one was my longest ever stream, 4 hours, 34 minutes. It was my longest ever stream by 2 minutes. So we'll just go as long as we go. We're not going to go all night. It's not going to be an all-nighter. But I'm pleased you're enjoying this longer stream. I like doing the longer streams as well. It's nice to interact with you guys for a little bit longer than just 30 minutes. So I'm glad you're enjoying this, Brad. Thank you. Craig Whiteman says, do you worry about waterproofing, then duct taping to the stakes? The cling film doesn't hold to the cake that well. That's a very good point. That's why this year I've actually upgraded, if you like, to pallet wrap. Pallet wrap does actually stick a lot better to these cakes. When I stake and tape as well, I'm going to be staking on 4 sides. So there is actually going to be a stake up against all 4 sides. There's no way that can move anyway. and then gaffer taped around. But yes, if you are concerned about that, then you can always stake and tape first, then waterproof over the top of it. Obviously, it takes a bit longer to do. The other thing you can do, and it's something I do as well, I have great big polythene sheets. I've not got any to hand, and actually I've not got the room for it, even if I did. So I keep, like, you know, if you buy like a new mattress for your bed, it will come in like a great big plastic kind of sheet. Cut that up, you've got a really nice, almost like a tarpaulin, you can lay over the top of stuff as well. So that's another way you can do it, rather than waterproofing fireworks individually. I do sometimes do that as well. So yeah, so that's a fair point. But I say on heavy duty like pallet wrap like this, it does stick a lot better to it. There's not going to be a lot of movement because I've done this nice and tight as well. I have no concerns with staking and taping that and this jumping out of the wrapper. So Chris says Marko is never a 30-minute stream. Settle in with a drink and enjoy. Yes, absolutely. Baby Peach says hello Marko, what did I miss? Well, rewind the stream and you can watch it and find out everything you've missed, because you can rewind these streams and watch them again from the start. Dan Jones says I'm really enjoying this also. Well, thanks. If you're enjoying this, if you've not clicked the thumbs up to say like, do take a moment just to click thumbs up and tell YouTube that you like this kind of content. Craig says thanks Marko, makes sense. Yeah, so if you do it tightly enough, it will stick to itself, it'll stick to the firework. I can gaffer tape around that. I can do the gaffer tape really quite tightly. Unlike cable ties where you've got to, you know, you can over tighten them, you can't really over tighten gaffer tape around this. So stakes in on all four sides, gaffer tape around, that firework's not going to topple over, it's not going to jump out, it's going to be absolutely fine. So there we go, we've waterproofed one firework now. Let's put that back in the box and get another one out to waterproof. Let's do the screaming UFOs one. Let's clear a bit more space actually on the board. I don't need cable ties up here at the moment. Don't need that angle bracket. These can all go over here. Oh, the road sweeper's back, guys. Might be able to hear it in the background. Okay. Right, let's unroll the pallet wrap. That's one way to do it. Like so. So yeah, this one's a little bit bigger. We'll put it there and put this over the top. And okay, it's only going over half the top, but that's fine. We'll pull it down this way a bit, like that. And we'll stand this a little bit further down. There. There we go, that's good. And we'll cut this off here. So again, I'm going to go this bit up first and this bit over the top, like that. And then at the sides, again, you know the score, guys, bottoms up, sides in, and finally top down. That's good. Spin it around and do this side. So bottoms up. Let's get the bottom stuck to itself a little bit. There we go. Bottoms up. Sides in. Sides in. Top down. There we go. There's that one done. So it doesn't take long to waterproof them. But that will be absolutely fine sitting out in rain for several hours if needs be. On some of the shows I do, one of the shows I did last year, The build, it was a massive show. The build time, it was like a 3-4 day build. So the display was like on the Saturday. We started building, I think, on the Tuesday. So some of the fireworks were left out overnight on the field. Obviously there was security and stuff there from the Tuesday for firing on Saturday. And they were left out, you know, overnight in the cold, in the wet, in the rain, everything fired. It was absolutely fine. Brad, I've had fireworks in my garden since I was 6. I'm 21. I don't think it'll ever leave me. I love them too much. Yeah, I'm the same. You know, I enjoyed fireworks from an early age when my dad used to take me to the newsagents and we used to get a little selection box. I'd take it home and open it up and look at it, and then he'd let them off in the garden. We'd have sparklers and stuff. And, you know, it's, yeah, fun time, fun memories. And, yeah, I'm 40. How old am I now? 44. I've been doing fireworks. I've actually been doing pyrotechnics, stage pyrotechnics, since I was 16, and fireworks since I was 18. So right, let's do a night tracer one now. Let's ooh, that makes a bit of a nice sound, doesn't it? The vibrations. That's good. Move this way. Samantha Lowe, Sam's here. Hello Sam, welcome in. Nice of you to drop in. I'm just preparing some fireworks for a show I've got on Sunday, and then I've got another show on Tuesday. So I'm currently just waterproofing them because, you know, my weather over here in the UK is not as nice as your weather over there in Florida the majority of the time. So yeah, it'll be cold, it'll be damp, but that's what we have to deal with. So waterproofing the fireworks in case it does rain. It's not actually forecast to rain on Sunday or indeed on Tuesday for my 2 displays, but you never know. In the UK, it's not that predictable. So bottoms up, sides in, and tops down. There we go. Turn it around and do this one. So bottoms up, sides in, and tops down. There we go. There's that one waterproofed as well. That's great. So that box is done. What did this one have in? I can't even remember now what this one had in. Oh, that one's already been done. There. What do we have in this box? Oh yes, we had some little ones here. Some of which are going in my cake boxes, so won't need it. This one though will need waterproofing because that's not going in a cake box. So let's get some more wrap. Craig says, I'm going to 3 displays this weekend. Friday night a decent show at the cricket club, Saturday to a venue I've never been to before, but expecting a 3s at most, but maybe surprised. And then I have a school one I've organised on the Sunday. Looking forward to the weekend more than usual, absolutely, yeah. What's my favourite type of firework, says Pyro Davy? My favourite type of firework? My favourite type? Probably I don't know. My favourite type. I have to say I do like a Roman candle. 56 shot Roman candle kind of things are pretty good. I think you can be quite creative with candles, with the angles and stuff you can do them. You can be creative with cakes, barrages as well, of course. But I think candles, decent candles, lend themselves really quite well to some creative effects. So I don't know, I've never really thought about what my favourite type of firework is, because, you know, I like fireworks, so naturally I like them all. My least favourite type of firework is probably a Catherine wheel. Catherine wheels are nice, but they can be quite unreliable. The number of times I've gone to displays and seen Catherine wheels of various sizes get stuck or not rotate, and it's like really annoying, really disappointing. So, but don't get me wrong, there are some good Catherine wheels out there. I reviewed Do the Twist, which was a new wheel last year from Celtic Fireworks. I was the first to film and fire that as well. That's on my channel. Really lovely wheel. So there are some really nice Catherine wheels out there. But yeah, it always disappoints me when Catherine wheels don't work properly. Go. So, you know the score now, people. Bottoms up, the sides in, top down in that order, and that prevents any rain from getting in. If you do the top down first and the bottom up last, rain can still get in. So, bottoms up, sides in, top down, give it a good squash together. Keep all the wrap on there. There we go. That one's done. Let's put this box over here, get that out of the way. Let's see what we've got in one of my other boxes. Let's just move this chair a little bit and move this cake box. Oh yeah, we got some more in here we can do. These are new last year, I think. Angel Dust XL from Brothers Pyrotechnics. Angel Dust is a little cake. Again, it had disappeared, but that's kind of back. Angel Dust was the first cake from Brothers to bear the Angel Dust name. There's now Angel Dust Delight and Angel Dust XL, which kind of build on that. These were actually, I like to get Angel Dust. It's like a little mine cake. Angel Dust XL is the mine cake, but it's also got some gold brocades in as well. These are actually the same price as the Angel Dust, so I'm like, let's go for Angel Dust Delight. So there's going to be 3 of these, and these are going to be fired together. I don't need to waterproof these in the moment, but I do need to skim the tops off them. So yeah, these are by Brothers Pyrotechnics, new for 2023. Category F2, 200 grams. So let's take the tops off these. Pyro Boy 101 says, evening Marco, evening Pyro Boy 101, thank you for being here. Brad says, I love the red ghost effects. Dan says, I'm thinking about doing my bonfire night early on the 1st because the kids with school, hopefully neighbours don't complain. Yeah, I mean, that's the thing, isn't it? So if you do it early enough, hopefully people are okay and people haven't gone to bed and people are a bit more understanding. And the thing is, now that the clocks have changed, of course, it's dark by, you know, 5:30, isn't it? So if you fire something at 5:30 in the evening, it's going to be dark enough for fireworks, but people hopefully won't have gone to bed by then, and so hopefully you're not going to annoy people. You could, of course, always just let your neighbours know that you're doing fireworks. You don't. I say you don't need to do that if you're doing it on bonfire night itself. You know, people expect fireworks. But you know, if you're doing fireworks on another night of the year where people are not expecting fireworks, just let your neighbours know. You can't let everyone know. People will still complain. The thing is, if you're doing noisy fireworks, you know, people for miles around are going to hear them. You can't let everyone know realistically. But letting your immediate neighbours know is, you know, probably a good thing to do. Ollie says, have you ever fired Hipster or 96 Great Fireballs, Great Balls of Fire from Leslie? I've seen them and they've been on my wish list on a number of years, but no, I never actually got around to buying them. They do look good fountains though, those from well, Great Balls of Fire's a candle, but Hipster's kind of technically a candle, is it, as well? But yeah, they look good. Leslie do some nice stuff. I've got one Leslie product in my Manchester show, which I've had knocking around for a while. It's Cadillac exclusive. It's a low noise thing. It's almost like a dump cake. Quite impressive. So yes, I do like Leslie products. Leslie and Yorgi are kind of similar sort of brands. They both have like a nice range of different effects that you don't really see in other brands. Right, that's the paper tops removed from those. And yeah, these are 25mm tubes by the looks of it in Angel Dust Delight. The little original Angel Dust cake was very small tubes. It might have even been like 14mm tubes perhaps. Quite small. So let's get those back in the box. Another couple of Brothers pieces I have here called Head Games. I bought these last year to use in my Liverpool display. So my Liverpool display is limited to category F2 products because I don't have an awful lot of distance to my audience. I can do the 8 meters, I can do the 15, I can't quite do the 25. So that's for that reason I don't use any F3 products, I use everything F2. So I saw these last year. I thought, oh, they're good, they're F2, I'll get them. So I got them and they are F2. However, unusually the instructions on them say spectators must be at least 25 meters away, which I've never actually seen on an F2 piece. That's what you expect with F3. These are only category F2, but spectators must be at least 25 meters away. So I'm like, oh, I can't use them. So I'm going to use them in my Manchester display this year because my spectators are going to be 50 plus meters away. So I can use them, but interesting, I've never come across that. I don't know if any of you guys have come across that before. An F2 piece, but where the spectators must be at least 25 meters away, i.e. F3 distance. Really, really quite strange on that. But obviously I couldn't take the chance of using these because the guidance says spectators must be at least 25 meters away, even though it's F2. So really quite unusual. Have you guys ever come across that before? Do you know of any other F2 pieces that have a 25 meter minimum spectator distance? Is really unusual. So yeah, this is Head Games from Brothers. Let's just have a look at the NEC. The net explosive content, 200 grams, eject stars and bangs, performance description, get your head around silver scrambling tails to red glitter and silver scrambling tails to green glitter, ends with four shot finale of silver scrambling tails to jumbo chrysanthemums. That's a mouthful, isn't it? Sometimes as well you'll find underneath here you get a little bit of cardboard. This one's got a little bit of cardboard. It's basically just to stop people, like, you know, when you're carrying this, being able to put your fingers through the paper top. They just have a bit of cardboard on. Again, perfectly safe to fire that with all that on. The shots will fire through that bit of cardboard. That will just disintegrate. But I'm taking those off. Pirate Davey says, I love Angel Dust. I have 5 in my stash. Is it the unreliability of wheels, particularly as they get larger? That means they don't get used in displays. No, I think it's more of a case of, like I'm going to use some in my Liverpool display because the audience are going to be fairly close. I'm not using any wheels in my Liverpool display because the audience is going to be 50 meters away. And that's because consumer wheels, even the biggest consumer wheels you can get, I don't think are going to look that impressive at 50 meters away. They're just not big enough for those kind of things. So I think that's why you don't really see off-the-shelf Catherine wheels in professional displays. What you do sometimes see, and you saw it at Southport this year if you were at Southport, you will get display companies that kind of use gerbs, which are basically fountains, on rotating wheels, like motorized wheels that will turn around and do like, give the appearance of a Catherine wheel, even though it's not technically a Catherine wheel as such. So There's ways around it, but in terms of traditional Catherine wheels, no, you don't see those in pro displays. And I think it's because there just aren't off-the-shelf Catherine wheels that are big enough that will look impressive enough when you've got audience of 50 plus meters away. Been a busy one today, working at Asteroid Fireworks, this Pyro Boy. Yes, I imagine all the retailers are quite busy this time of year with walk-ins and things. Brad says, I think we need to bring dumb bums back. Yes, there is a debate to be had over that, certainly. Dumb bums, for those of you who don't know, are very loud effects made by Classic. Very loud salutes. And yes, the person that the company that imports them into the UK has stopped importing them into the UK. I think there was a question over whether they exceeded noise limits. There are noise limits, legal noise limits on fireworks in the UK. And again, it's quite complicated as to how that's worked out, but it's basically a firework cannot exceed 120 decibels at a distance of 15 meters is the kind of the legal thing. And from what I understand, there was an issue where some dumb bum products potentially were slightly exceeding that. It was a bit of a grey area, but I think the importer just didn't want the hassle, so it's just decided not going to import them anymore. Which is fair enough. You know, if you want loud fireworks, yeah, dumb bums were loud. But, you know, there are other fireworks out there now that are just as impressive in loudness and actually look better. One that immediately springs to mind, I fired all of Pyroworks' range last year. So all the footage you see of Pyroworks products, not for this year because I've not had a chance to do it because everything's been late coming in, but all of their original range from 22, 23, I fired and filmed all that. So all the official product videos you see are ones that I filmed. So I've seen their entire range. And the one that stood out for me was Crusade. It's a little 20mm ball cake. It's F3, sadly. But it's got salutes halfway through, and those salutes are just like incredible. You just don't expect that from 20mm tubes. It's really incredible. Ollie says, I always let my fireworks off a week before bonfire night for my birthday, but I do it as soon as it gets dark at like 6:30. Most people are still having their dinner. I've never had a problem. Yeah, that's right. It becomes more of an issue if you're doing them late at night. Yes, you can legally do fireworks up to 11 o'clock at night, any night of the year. But, you know, if you do fireworks at 5 to 11 at night on a random day of the year, people are going to not be happy, are they? So, yeah. Have you seen the new Raw Rockets by Pyroworks? Not with my own eyes. I've seen the China footage of them. I've seen the China footage of all the Pyroworks products before they actually became public. So the Raw Rockets still look impressive, but I've yet to actually see them with my own eyes to be able to give you guys a honest opinion on them. But yeah, Head Games rather. Really unusual that it's category F2 and yet mandates a 25-meter safety distance. I'll try and show the camera. I don't know if it will come across on the camera. So it's clearly category F2 there, but here it says spectators must be at least 25 meters away. Never seen that before in an F2 product, but who am I to argue? So we have to abide by what it says on the rules, and that's why it's always important to read the labels on fireworks. Even if you think you know how to use a firework, read them. You might be surprised at what you find on some of these, as I was when I discovered these F2 pieces required a 25-meter safety distance. Another Brothers piece here, Triforks. This is a nice one. This actually went into the UK Fireworks Hall of Fame this year. The UK Firework Awards are something that I host on my channel. I'm not involved in deciding them. It's voted for by the public. It's all above board, but I have the privilege of hosting that on my channel each year. And we did that a month or two back. And Triforks, it's been around a number of years, but it was actually inducted into the Firework Awards Hall of Fame as being like one of those classic fireworks. So it's a 66 shot barrage. It's category F2, 286 grams of net explosive content. And this fires things in a fan as well. You can't really see because it's got the paper top. And this goes back to what we were saying about this Head Games. Really important that you read the labels on this, because on this, on this side, it says this side faces towards spectators. You would think, given it's got the label kind of on the front, just information on the side, that it faces that way to the audience. No, it needs to face that way to the audience. Why? Because the effects are fanned, obviously going to be fanned that way. If you were to do it that way, your audience wouldn't see the fanned effects. And in fact, if anything, you'll have things firing towards your audience. So always check if you've got a fanned cake, make sure you orientate it the right way round. So let's take the paper topper off here and have a look at the tube arrangement. And we've just gone past midnight. We've been streaming just over 3 hours, nearly 3¼ hours here. 21 of you here. If you've been watching from the start, well done. If you're new and just joining in, my name is Mark. I do fireworks professionally and as a hobby here in the UK. I'm currently prepping for some shows I've got coming up in the next week. And this is Triforks from Brothers Pyrotechnics. So it's a fanned cake. It's a mixed patterned cake, in fact, because some shots go straight up, some are fanned. It's also mixed bore size. What does that mean? It means it's got tubes of different diameters. It's got some 20mm tubes. It's got some smaller diameter tubes. I don't actually know what the diameter of those ones is. Let me get a ruler and try and measure it. Let's have a little look. They are about 9mm tubes, I reckon. 9 or 10mm. It could be 10mm. Yeah, 10mm tubes. And then, in fact, these are not even quite 20. These are like 18, 19mm tubes. So, mixture of tubes. It's quite a long duration firework. This maybe 40 seconds, something like that. Maybe even a little longer. I can't remember off the top of my head. But it does nice mix of effects. Quite sky filling because it's fanned as well. So yeah, this is Triforks. It's been around for a number of years, this, from Brothers Pyrotechnics. Right, so some of you have got to go. That's fine. Absolutely, it's gone past midnight. Let's just see. Chris, okay, I really need to head to bed. Thanks for the stream. Away from tomorrow, I'll have to listen back next week, probably while prepping my stock ready for Friday. Yeah, absolutely. So bye-bye for now, Chris, and hello again when you're watching this on the replay. Terry Parkinson says, a nice stream, Mark. Thank you. I need to get my beauty sleep. Yeah, absolutely. No problem. Thanks for your company this evening, Terry. I appreciate it. Dan Jones, have you fired or seen the stealth 4-inch rockets from Fireworks? I haven't, because all the Fireworks stuff's coming in late this year. I haven't actually been able to witness it myself or film any of it myself. I've seen everything in Fireworks' 2022-23 range with my own eyes, but I haven't seen anything in their range for this year yet. Still rockets, yes. Pyro Davey, what got you into fireworks? I think I explained this on one of my other streams as well. So my first, I say, when I was a kid, I used to get really excited about bonfire night. I'd go to the newsagents, local newsagents with my dad, and we'd look at all the selection boxes and pick one. It would never be the biggest, but it would be an okay, it would never be the smallest either. It would be kind of a mid-range one. And I used to, we take it back to our house. I used to get it all out on the dining table and I was just fascinated by all these little fireworks. And then my dad would fire them in the garden and I enjoy it. So that's my earliest memory of fireworks. But what actually got me into doing fireworks itself, I started off doing stage pyrotechnics when I was 16 in high school. When I was in high school, I did like all the lighting and the sound and stuff for all the different shows, all the plays and theatre shows and the dance shows and stuff. And when I was 16, we did a dance show and they wanted to have some pyrotechnics at the end of that. It was a dance, it was choreographed, I'll never forget it. It was choreographed to Zombie by the Cranberries, if you're familiar with that song. That song has quite a good ending to it. It ends with a bass guitar and just suddenly ends. And at the end of that, we wanted like 2 big explosions going off either side of the stage right at the end. So I was the one that did that. I wasn't obviously allowed to buy the pyrotechnics, but back in those days, as a 16-year-old, you could fire pyrotechnics, even though you couldn't buy them. So the teacher bought the pyrotechnics. I was able to set them all up and actually fire them. And it was just, I got such a buzz from it, even though it was two like theatrical flashes, silver flashes. It was nothing spectacular, but it was my first time firing a pyrotechnic, and I got just such a buzz from it. And I think that was partly the danger element of it, because again, it was one of these things like these are at the side of the stage. These were where dancers were going to be. So if the dancers were in the wrong place, I couldn't fire these pyrotechnics. If I fired these pyrotechnics when a dancer was by, it could have done, you know, there was a lot of pressure, a lot of responsibility. You know, I was only 16 and it was my responsibility to press the button to either fire these pyrotechnics or, you know, not fire them if it wasn't safe. So I liked that kind of level of responsibility, I guess, at that age. I liked having that power that, you know, I'm the one pressing the button. I'm the one that, you know, is going to set off this effect. And that sort of sparked my interest. So that's when I was 16. By the time I was 18, I was doing firework displays for friends and family and stuff, you know, back garden kind of stuff, but, you know, decent displays. I was hand lighting them, of course, in those days, but setting everything up and laying everything out, really good. And then I went to university, of course, when I was 18 and did a display at my university, which went down really well for all my my classmates and stuff. So that kind of continued. And then in my job, we talked about this on one of the other streams, I did a lot of pyro, kind of like at arena level, where I would actually be responsible for signing off the pyro for these touring concerts and stuff that would come around. I'd have to sign off to say, yes, these pyrotechnics are safe. So again, lots of responsibility. You know, you've got 10,000 people in the audience and it's down to me to say, yes, these pyros are safe, or no, these pyros are not safe. So quite a lot of pyro in that respect. And then I got into doing fireworks professionally, crewing for a company about, it's probably about 3 years ago now. I got my certification, as it were, as a person of specialist knowledge for category 4 fireworks, and crewed for a company and stuff. And so, yeah, I do it professionally as well. So that's a little bit about my background and how I got into it. Ollie says, do you have any tips for the order in which I set off my garden fireworks? I've got about 10 large fountains, 2 big candles, 6 small cakes, 3 medium, 2 large cakes, 4 rockets and 4 shot tubes. Now, yeah, are you hand lighting or are you electronically firing, Ollie? Let me know that and I can give you some better advice. Do I love the smell of fireworks? Yes, I do. To a degree. Like when I do this display in Liverpool, obviously I've got to cart all this stuff to Liverpool. I've then got to cart it all the way back. And so the smell of spent fireworks is not a particularly nice smell to have in your car. But the smell of fireworks as they're going off, yeah, there's nothing like it. And if the weather's just right and enough people do fireworks on bonfire night, the morning after can tend to be like quite smoky from all the fireworks and stuff, and that's kind of nice. The smell that I remember most though about fireworks, back in the day you used to be able to get coloured sparklers. You can probably still get them now, I think they were by standard, which were just so unusual at the time, because back then, you know, sparklers were silver or gold, but you get a packet of colour sparklers, and the blue ones, I don't know if anybody can relate to this, the smell from the blue sparklers you used to be able to get, oh, it burnt the back of your throat. It was not nice, but it's still at the same time memorable and quite nostalgic. So yes, I do like the smell of fireworks to a point, yeah. Pyro Davis says we used to go to the local spa to get fireworks. Now I'm absolutely obsessed. Yeah. Dan says, I really want to start doing fireworks professionally. Any tips? Yeah, reach out to your local display company. Find out who your local professional firework display company is. There will be one near you, I'm sure. Reach out to them and ask if you can crew to get some more experience. They will probably as well offer you some training as well, so you might get some free training if you crew for them as well. That's the best way to do it. If you don't have any professional firework display companies in your local area, see if you've got a specialist firework retailer near you, because quite often they will do wedding displays and things like that. They may be able to give you some experience as well, or point you in the right direction. So absolutely. Just all I'd say is don't expect to make a living out of it, because you know, pay in the firework industry is not great for crew, generally speaking. So like, I don't make a living out of fireworks. It's not my day job. I say I do it professionally, but like I crew on like a freelance basis. So the pay isn't great when you think about the hard work that's got to go into it. You know, some of these shows can take days to set up. You could be in muddy fields in all kinds of weather in the depths of winter. It's snow, hailstorming, all those kind of things. And you just, you know, the pay isn't great, but we do it because we love it. And I'm sure you're the same as well. So Ollie says hand lighting this time, hopefully going to go. Okay, so let's see what you've got, hand lighting. So first I would say is set your fireworks up in such a way that it's easy for you to hand light, so you can just kind of go along the line and light them, rather than have all your cakes over there, all your rockets over here and all this, and you're having to run between them. That's the first thing I'd say. The second thing I would say is mix it up a bit. You've got 10 large fountains. It's going to get a bit boring if you do all your fountains first, and then you do all your small cakes, and then you do, so mix it up. So do a couple, you've got 10 fountains, do a couple of fountains, and then do something aerial. Or if you want to mix it up even more, light a fountain, a long duration fountain, whilst that's going off, like one of your cakes. So you've got something going on off, you know, at low level and something going off at high level. Obviously that will shorten the length of your display, but sometimes it's not about the length, it's about the, you know, the wow factor. And sometimes, quite often, it'll look more impressive to have a fountain going off whilst the cake's going off, rather than just a little fountain going off that's lasting a minute, 2 minutes, and people are getting bored of it, waiting for the next one. So mix it up a bit, I would say. In terms of your cakes, you've got small cakes, medium cakes, large cakes. Do your small cakes first, then your medium cakes. Save your large cakes till last. But again, mix them in with your fountains. So do a couple of fountains and a cake, or a couple of fountains and a candle, and then a cake. Shot tubes, again, shot tubes are difficult to slot in if you're not electronically firing, I would say, only because the effects are so short-lived. And this is why I was asking whether you're hand firing or electronically firing. If you're electronically firing, I'd say do all your 4 shot tubes together as a bit of a finale, fan them out and do them all together. Hand lighting, that's more difficult to do. It's still technically doable if you put all you got how many shot tubes? 4 shot tubes. If you put them all close together, right next to each other, have all the fuses facing the same way. If you feel confident, you might be able to light all those together and get a bit of a kind of a fan effect of those as a bit of a finale. But mix it up is what I would say. So don't just do all your fountains and then your candles and then your cakes or whatever. Mix it up. Do a few fountains, then do a cake, then go back to a few fountains. Keep the interest there is what I would suggest there. Hopefully that will help. So there we go. Right, so that was Triforks. Let's waterproof. No, actually, no, it's not waterproof that. Let's skim some more cakes. Try and get a lot of the skimming done tonight, if nothing else. What time are we actually on? Let's have a look. quarter past 12. And there's 18 of you here now. I know the numbers have gone down because, of course, it's after midnight. People are going up for work in the morning. I do appreciate that. I'm quite fortunate in that I'm self-employed, so I'm my own boss, so I don't need to be up early in the morning, although I do still have a lot of prep to do. So I will be doing lots more prep tomorrow. Some of it I might stream, we'll see. Okay, I think there's a few more Evolution ones in here. Another set of Tranquil. Again, I'm using these in both my displays, so that's why I have 6, 3 for each. And I'll be doing these, I have 3 cake sites on each display. I'll be doing one straight up in the centre. The ones on the outer sites will be angled in. So the idea being that all the shots kind of meet in the middle. These are like comet tails, really quite nice, low noise cake, but comet tails. And so it looks really nice having them crossing over. You could just do them on the 3 sides straight up and that would look good. You could do them all on the centre site with the 2 going out like that. That would look good. But from experience, I quite like to do Tranquils, comet ones like that. So they all kind of meet in the sky in the middle. I think that looks quite good. Ollie says, thanks, Mark. That's really helpful. Perhaps I'll send you a copy of my running order after I perfected it. Yeah, by all means, absolutely. I don't mind taking a look at that. So like when I'm working out my running order, which I'm still sort of doing for these 2 displays, that's what I'm looking for. I'm looking for mixing it up. So I'm not going to do all my fountains at once. I'm not going to do all my candles at once and all my cakes at once. I'm going to intersperse them and have some overlapping. So I like having different layers in terms of heights in my displays. So I will quite often have like a fountain going at low level on my fountain table whilst the candle's going off or whilst the cake's going off. So you've got that, you've got multiple places for spectators to look. It works quite well. And what I'll tend to do in my cakes, I will tend to start off with the smaller cakes and kind of work up. So as the display progresses, the cakes get bigger. Either in terms of, not necessarily in terms of their bore size, although that's a factor. On my spreadsheet, I have a spreadsheet where I sort of put all my fireworks on. That allows me to filter them by brand and category and hazard type and which display they're for and things like that. But I can also filter them by the number of shots, the total NEC, and from that derive the NEC or net explosive content per shot. And that's the figure that I use quite a lot when looking at my displays, the amount of explosive content in each individual shot. And so in my displays, I'll try and work up from the ones that have the smallest net explosive content per shot to the cakes that have the largest net explosive content per shot. And that way your display builds quite nicely. So that's a good thing you can do with a spreadsheet. Do a spreadsheet of all your fireworks, include the number of shots, include the bore size as well if you want, but include the total net explosive content and the number of shots. Do an extra column where you divide, the total net explosive content by the number of shots, and that will give you, in most cases, the net explosive content per shot. It's not accurate in terms of if you've got a cake like that Triforks has got different bores, sizes within it, because not each shot is going to have the same net explosive content. But for cakes like this, where the tube diameter is the same, the effects are pretty constant throughout, the net explosive content per shot is going to be about right. So that's a little tip. So start off with your cakes, your smaller cakes in terms of NEC per shot, and work up to your bigger cakes in terms of net explosive content per shot. And you should have quite a nice display. VSL Pyrotechnic, what do I have to look out for? And what is everything I need to do when prepping cakes? What dangers are there too? So in terms of prepping cakes, what are the dangers? So it depends how you are firing your cakes. Traditionally, on my display in Liverpool with my old firing system, I would use talons. Talons are safe to prep in advance. You can clip them on, take them all up, and off you go. This year I'm using, all my cakes are going to be E-matched, so there is risk involved in that. If you're not comfortable with E-matches, I don't really talk about them a lot, so I won't go into much detail, but if you are E-matching, it's really only safe to do it actually on your firing site on the day, not in advance. So these are not E-matched yet, but in terms of prep that I can do, I can skim the tops of the cakes, which is what I've been doing. If they've got a paper top or a foil top or a plastic top, I take the tops off in advance, and that helps reduce or minimize debris to clear up on the firing site afterwards. The downside of that though is it makes it more difficult to see if your cake is fully fired. If you've got a paper top over all 16 shots, if only the first 2 rows of this fire, you'll be able to visually see because the paper will still be intact over the last 8 tubes. So there are pros and cons to taking the tops off. You don't have to take the tops off, the fireworks will fire through the tops, but I like to do it to minimize debris. So that's what you can do in advance. The other thing you can do in advance is waterproof it, wrap it in sarin wrap, cling film, pallet wrap, whatever. I know some people like to bag these, put them in like little food bags or little dustbin like pedal bin bags. You could do that. I personally don't do that because it's more difficult to see what's underneath, I find. And also I find this waterproofs them better. If you put a bag on, put this in a bag rather, if it rains heavily, you can get water kind of sitting on the top rather than running off. So different ways of doing it. What are the dangers? Well, again, the dangers are primarily involved with the fusing. So if you're not doing anything with the fusing, then if you're just skimming the top, there's not really a lot of danger involved in that. If you're waterproofing it, you're wrapping it in cling film, again, not really a massive amount of danger in that. So I hope that answers your question, but yeah, let me know if you're prepping, if you're using talons or rematches. I can provide some more advice. I have the Fireworks Galaxy pack from Evolution with 12 small to medium cakes in. I need to prep them and sort out the firing order and decide whether to mix them with the other cakes I have as well. Yes, I would say mix them up. If you have a number of cakes that are all similar from one brand, you will find, yes, they might have different effects, but In terms of their power, their sound even, they will have very similar lift charges even if they have different effects. So it's good, I think, to mix up different brands of fireworks as well. You get more variety in your show. So yeah, I'd suggest mixing them up with other brands as well, if you can. So that's their Sparky Power asking that. Let's get these tranquils in here. And then we've got, what have we got here? We've got Moonfall. I think we had Moonfall before as well. I think I've got, how many of these have I got for this display? These are for my Manchester display. I am kind of splitting stuff up. Boxes on that side of stuff for my Liverpool display, boxes over on this side for my Manchester display. Some of the products are the same in both because, you know, I was able to buy them in bulk and get more of a discount. But generally speaking, the fireworks in the Manchester display, because I've got more safety distance to my spectators, are generally larger. So I have some, I do have some 30mm tube cakes for my Manchester display, which I don't have in my Liverpool display. So what have we got here? We've got 1, 2, 3 Moonfalls from Evolution and 2 Midnight Skies. We did a Moonfall, I think, before, didn't we, as well? So the 3 of the Moonfalls are going to be on my 3 sights, firing straight up. The Midnight Skies are going to be on my outer sights, firing up. Ollie says it's not tech support, it's firework support with Mark tonight. Listen, at the end of the day, I don't have all the answers. Yes, I have quite a lot of experience. Yes, I do it professionally. But a lot of times there's not a right way. There's not just one right way of doing things. You can do things a number of different ways. I'm just telling you the way I would do stuff. Doesn't mean that other ways are less valid. There are certainly wrong ways to do things, but there's quite often more than one right way to do something. So, but I know you guys appreciate my little tips and insight and things. So I'm glad you find my my content useful. And I say, if you like this content, if it has been useful, make sure you click the like button. If you're not subscribed to my channel, do consider subscribing. And if you want to support my channel, I know some people do, not everybody does, and that's absolutely fine because my content is always free. But you'll see there's a little button in the chat that's got a $sign. You can click that and you can send a little tip. Or there's PayPal as well, paypal.me/thegreatmarko. I think you'll find a link in the description of the video. It's never expected, it's always appreciated. I know some people in the past have like, yeah, you provided us evening entertainment, Mark. You know, we were going to go to cinema, but there was nothing on, so we watched you instead. And, you know, here's the money we spent on the cinema. We'll give it to you instead. I'm like, oh, thanks. That's very kind of you. But I say, it's not expected. All my content is free. I don't do this for the money. I don't make a living out of YouTube. I don't make a living out of doing fireworks. I just like to share my passion, my enthusiasm, and a bit of my knowledge with you guys. But I do know that some of you do want to support my channel, and that's one of the ways that you can do that. So Moonfall, I think low noise. Midnight Sky, can't remember if it's low noise or not off the top of my head without going to my spreadsheet. Let me have a little look. Let me see if I can find that. Because that's another column I put on my spreadsheet. I might actually do a do a stream all about my fireworks spreadsheet at some point because it's quite detailed. Right, let's filter that by evolution. Evolution, yeah, they're both low noise. So yes, on my spreadsheet, the first column is the brand, so I can filter by brand. So these are Evolution. I then have a column for the type of firework. So is it a cake? Is it a candle? Is it a fountain? I then have obviously a column for the name of the product. So Moonfall, Midnight Sky. I then have a column for the supplier where I got it from because I use multiple suppliers. I've then got various columns for prices because quite often a firework might be available from multiple suppliers. So I will find out all the prices from all the suppliers and have a column. So I have a column for each of my suppliers. I'm not going to tell you who all my suppliers are, but I have a column which says which supplier I'm using. I then have a separate column for each of those suppliers with the price of that firework from them, so I can see who's got it cheaper and buy it from them. I then have a column for the quantity that I'm going to be using of that product in my Liverpool display and a column for the quantity I'm using in my Manchester display. I then have a total quantity across both displays. I then have a column for the total cost of this product in terms of the quantity I'm going to use for my Liverpool display, and a total column for the total cost for my Manchester display. I also have a column for the total cost across all of them. So for example, like these moonfalls, I'm using 1 in my Liverpool display and 3 in my Manchester display. So I also need to know the total cost of all of them. Then we start getting interesting. I do a column, I have a column for the duration, a column for the number of shots, a column for the height of the effects that they're meant to go up to. So that helps me layer the different effects. The bore size, so 25mm on these ones. The net explosive content of each firework. I then do some little calculation columns. So I have a column that calculates the cost per second. So if this lasts 30 seconds, how much is it costing for each second that this firework's going? I then have one for the net explosive content per shot. So the number of the total NEC divided by the number of shots. I then have a column for the net explosive content in total. So I've got the net explosive content for one of these, but if I've got 2, I need to know the net explosive content combined. So I've done that I've got a column for my Liverpool display and a column for my Manchester display, so I know the net explosive content of each. I then have a column which is the hazard class, so whether it's 1.4G or 1.3G, and that helps me. I can then tot up the total amount of 1.3G fireworks I've got and the total amount of 1.4G fireworks I've got in each display, and that helps me sort out storage better. I then have a column of the firework category, so is it F1, is it F2, is it F3, is it T1? I then also do a column to say, is it a low noise piece, yes or no? I then have a column, there's loads of columns here. What's my next one? I then have a column on the firing pattern. So is it straight firing? Is it V firing? Is it W firing? Is it Z firing? Is it fanned? I then have a column for notes, which I sort of sometimes put the description in for it. Or if one firework is quite similar to another, I'll say this is a substitution for this, or this is a similar effect to that. And then last column, I have a column where I put YouTube links in for videos for everything. So quite a lot of columns. It's quite a detailed spreadsheet, but it allows me to keep track on the cost. It allows me to keep track on which fireworks are in which shows. It allows me to keep track of the 1.3G amount I've got and the 1.4G amount. It allows me to keep track of the total number of shots I've got across the displays, total net explosive content, all those kind of good things. So that's kind of what I have on my rather detailed spreadsheet. Sparky Power says, okay, thanks, I'll see what I can do with that, talking about, yeah, your fireworks. VSL, yeah, going to be hand lighting them, haven't done any prep yet. 3D printer guy is back, hello, hope all the prep is going well. Yeah, it's going all right, it's going. Ollie Clark says, Ollie Clark, I'm sorry I keep calling you Ollie Clark, I don't know why, but Ollie is here. Ollie says, thank you, Mark, I've learned so much from your streams in the last few days. Thank you, I appreciate that, and really enjoyed watching them too. Yes, so as I say, if you like this, do consider clicking the like button. If you're not subscribed, why not subscribe? And if you want to send a couple of pounds my way to thank me, you don't have to. I don't talk about it an awful lot on my stream, but there's a little super chat button there that will do that, or there's PayPal if you would rather. And any tips that I get from this channel on PayPal or through super chat, it all goes back into the channel, so it will go back into buying new fireworks that I can review for you guys and show you them, or things like that. So it all gets reinvested into the channel. Right, that's one moonfall and one night sky. Let's do, I want to see if I can get all my cakes skimmed before we finish. That will be good, even if I don't get them waterproofed. Let's do another night sky. Fuses are on the side of these ones, not the top, which is good. That came off in one piece, pretty much. Might be the neatest one I've done so far. So yes, so I think it was, yeah, so VSL was saying, what can you do to prep cakes? And because you're going to be hand lighting them. So best thing you can do to prep your cakes, as I say, I would suggest, if you want to minimize the clear up, you take this bit off the top like I'm doing with a little knife. If you don't feel confident doing that, don't worry, you don't have to do that. Or if you'd rather keep it on so you can see if there's any tubes that don't fire, again, by all means do that. Waterproofing is a good thing to do, so get yourself some pallet wrap or some cling film, some sarin wrap. Cover the cake so it can then sit out. You can then set up in the afternoon. It can sit out there till you're ready to fire in the evening. No problem. You can even set it up in the morning or even the day before. Although I wouldn't really recommend that in a garden because you might get foxes and things around that could have a sniff around. Set it up on the day. Waterproof it. Make sure you stake and tape it. Make sure when you stake it into your ground, you stake it on the audience side. So if your audience are over there, you stake there, have your firework behind. That way, there's no way at all this firework can fall towards the audience because there's a stake in the way. Gaffer tape it to that. That'll be absolutely fine. The other thing I would suggest, again, if you're hand lighting, read the instructions, familiarize yourself with them. You can be reading it as you waterproof it or when you skin the top. Read it. I know it's boring to some people. I actually quite enjoy it, but find out what it does. I like to as well. I like to watch videos of all these. So a lot of these I've fired before. I know how they perform. Some of them I haven't fired before, but what I'll do in those instances, I will go on YouTube and I will find not just one video. I'll try and find as many different videos of that product as I can. I'll usually filter them by the most recent because fireworks do change over the years and the names don't. So you might find that like this one, for example, Night Sky, the 2024 batch might be different from the 2020 batch, for example. So familiarize yourself with the effects so you know what to expect from the firework. And that also helps you identify if something goes wrong or if it only half fires, because you're like, oh, that wasn't supposed to happen, because you'll have known what it's like from the video. So watch lots of videos. Again, if you have the time, it is time consuming, but worth doing. And then the other thing you can do as well to aid in your hand lighting, and this is probably easier to do if you've still got the tops on your cakes, put a little bit of tape on with an arrow to show where the fuse is. So in the dark, like this fuse is on this side. If I kept this topper on, I could put a little piece of tape over with an arrow pointing here. And that way, when it comes to it in the dark, I'm not having to sort of, oh, where's the fuse gone? I'll know exactly which side the fuse is. So a few little tips there. Hopefully some of that will help. Where did the channel name the Great Marko come from? That's a good question. I'll answer that in a minute. How do you see fireworks in 10 years, effects colour-wise? Well, if we look at sort of where fireworks were 10 years ago to where they are now, what's improved is the quality in terms of the effects. The effects are brighter and the colours are vivid. I remember growing up, you didn't really get any blue fireworks, and then blue fireworks came along and they were really spectacular, but they were so dim. You get red and green, it was really bright, but then blue would be really dim. Now blue effects are just as bright as the red and green ones. So where do I see things in 10 years time? I see fireworks potentially getting brighter. I see effects becoming more unusual because people are getting bored of the same effects. And so the fireworks that sell are the ones that have unusual effects. I fired one last week, called Ebb and Flow by Prestigious Pyrotechnics, which is quite unusual. Go check it out on my channel. It's kind of a moving star or a go-getter or a swimmer cake. So the shots go up and then go off in different directions. It's unusual because it's got comet tails on as well. So I'm seeing lots of innovation. There's lots more brands coming along now. You know, there used to be a time growing up where there was just a couple of brands. Now there are so many different brands. I've got maybe a dozen different brands of products in these displays, if not more. So I see more brands coming along, and so brands are going to want to stand out. They're going to want to do something different. They're going to want to push the boundaries of what's possible with a firework. I can see low noise fireworks have become more popular in recent years. I can see them becoming even more popular because even if fireworks don't get banned, maybe the compromise might be, well, okay, we're not going to ban fireworks, but we're going to lower the noise limit that they can go to. So I can see low noise fireworks becoming more popular. But who knows? I mean, you know, but that's what I kind of think might happen over the next 10 years. But 10 years is a long time. So who knows? So let's go back to Ollie's question. How did the channel name the Great Marko come from Mark? So Great Marko is a name that's been around me for quite a while. It goes back to my college days when I was 17. When I started college, I was involved in setting up the college radio station, and I had a show on that. And we were trying to think of a name for a show, and it was like, we can't really call it the Mark Show. That's a kind of a bit boring. What about the Marko Show? Because Marko Show kind of has a bit of a rhyme to it. It's like, oh yeah, that's quite good. Still like, what about the Great Marko Show? So yes, my radio show when I was at college was called the Great Marko Show, and so the name the Great Marko is just kind of stuck. And even in one of my previous jobs, people call me Marko, even though my name's Mark. They'd put an O on the end and call me Mark. And I thought that was your actual name. No, my name is actually Mark. So that's the backstory of the Great Marko. And obviously I had I was set up on YouTube before I actually started my channel. So I just kind of kept the name. So yes, that's where the Great Marko comes from. It comes back from my radio show when I was 17. I still have some recordings of that somewhere, which maybe one day I might put on my channel. We'll see. But yeah, so that's where the Great Marko comes from. Morning, Mark, says some mad random person. Yes, it is morning. It's 20 to 1 in the morning now, isn't it? It's coming up to. Nice to have you here, some mad random person. Just in from the pub. Well, I've been going nearly 4 hours. We're prepping cakes. We're skimming cakes. We've been waterproofing cakes. We're not getting very far, but we're chatting to you guys and we're sharing lots of advice and tips and handy hints all about how to do cakes safely and creatively and things like that. So. We've had some good hashtags as well tonight, some mad random person. Can't remember any of them, but if we watch the stream, there's been some absolute crackers. Brad is back as well. Ollie says, oops, I've definitely made the Marko, not Mark. Hey, listen, I'm fine. I'm quite happy being called Marko. People have called it me for years as a result of being the Great Marko. So I'm quite happy to be called either Mark or Marko. It really doesn't bother me anyway, but legally, my name is Mark with a K. I know some people spell Mark with a C. In fact, actually, that annoys me more when people put Mark, when people refer to me as Mark, in writing, Mark with a C. I'd rather they call me Marko. Mind you, they could put Marko with a C, couldn't they? That'd be even worse. But yes, it's Mark with a K, but I don't mind being called Marko with a K either. Either is absolutely fine with me. Let's get these in here. So moonfall, moonfall, moonfall. 3 moonfalls in there. And 2 midnight skies. And then that's that box done. We're making progress. My other boxes are off camera, so bear with me a second, you'll still be able to hear me, but I need to go to this end of the garage, which is off camera. Let's bring this whole box over, why not? Step over my fountain tables very carefully. Okay, what's in the box? What could it be? I'm sorry, that's from a program on CBeebies that I watch with my 3-year-old daughter. Okay, in here we've got, I really like this one. In fact, actually, I've already skimmed the tops of these ones, but I'll show you them anyway. Another Yorgi one, really nice Yorgi one, called, oh, you can't see the name on that side. It's called Great Marko 30mm cake, F2, really quite tall. This is a really unusual effect. This sends up volleys of shots that sort of screech high in the sky and then all fly off in different directions. But it goes, the height of this is really impressive. So I'm probably going to start my Manchester show with this. That's my current thinking, because it is quite an audience grabber to start. So that's Great Marko Cat F2 from Yorgi. Let me see the net explosive content of it. 25 shots as well. Net explosive content, 425 grams. There you go. So I have already skimmed that one. What else have I got in here? I've got another Yorgie Wolf. We looked at Yorgie Wolf before because I've got one in each display. I've got Celtic butterfly bugs. Again, I was the first in the country to fire this last year. Nice fanned cake. It's meant to look a bit like a butterfly. It's meant to have layers. The layers are not quite as impressive as the Chinese video, but still a nice piece. Anyway, so that's butterfly bugs. Again, F2, 440 grams. And also in here is Blinking Surprise from Celtic. We were talking earlier about the packaging, the labelling for Celtic stuff. Red signifies low noise in the Celtic range. So lovely, nice low noise fanned cake there from Celtic. So I don't actually need to do any prep on those because I have already skimmed those cakes earlier. And also in there, I have also got, this is from Leslie Fireworks. Not Leslie a person, Leslie Fireworks. A Cadillac exclusive. It's a low noise one, quite rapid firing. I've had this knocking around for a few years. I've not really had a use for it, so I'm going to use it in my Manchester display. Again, category F2. And it comes in a box, which is kind of a bit awkward, but we'll take it out of its box to fire, or at least take the lid off, because I think the box is actually providing, the box is kind of providing support. So what I'll do on the day, I'll just take the top off this and keep it in its box. So that's everything in that box. I say I had already prepped that, which is useful. Let me see what we've got in the other boxes. It's back over here. Minding my fountain boards as I go. Yeah, Vivid, Screaming Demons, Ice Ice Maybe. I haven't already prepped both of those, but I will come and show them on camera for you guys to see. So, Ice Ice Maybe, new for 2024, low noise from Celtic. I fired that on my channel as well and reviewed that. Really nice low noise blue firework. Fanned again, of course. Screaming Demons is, I think, my favourite piece from Vivid. It's really good. They also do Screaming Banshee. I don't think that's quite as good. Screaming Demons sends up like howling shots, which kind of turn into red falling leaves, and the hang time on them is really good. So this is going to be part of my finale for Manchester. It is 25 shots, 25 diameter tubes, and 472 grams net explosive content. Let's catch up on chat. Ollie says, Mark, not Marco. Subman Random Person says, I'm that level of drunk I find myself browsing for fireworks. You can never have too many fireworks. That's true. Are you on to 30mm cakes now? Yeah, the Great Marko was 30mm, yeah. I'm getting some more, I've got some more 30mm I'm picking up tomorrow. A lot of my 30mm is, not all of it, but a lot of my 30mm is 1.3G, so I've not got around to doing that yet. 3D printer guy, hashtag Marco the Great Cake Skimmer. It's a bit of a mouthful. Oh, I like the look of that Yorgie exclusive collection. JW420, might need to get that. Is that the Great Marko? Was that the product code on that? Let me get the product code off it. For those of you wondering, it is. No, it's not 420. It is. Yeah, normally Yorgie stuff has, you know, like a JW product code. The product code on this is 18041005. That's Great Marko. So yeah, so Screaming Demons, really, really lovely piece. I really do like that. 25mm tubes on that, and 25 on Ice Ice Maybe as well. 25 shot, 25 meter height. The labelling is never that accurate on Celtic stuff. I like the fact they put this on their products. It tells you the duration, number of shots, and distance, safety distance, height, and whether it's multicoloured. I mean, this says multicoloured. It's not. It's blue and silver. I suppose that's technically multicoloured, but to me, multicoloured is multiple colours, lots of colours. Medium volume, it says on this, which is not because it's low noise. So, anyway, 470 grams net explosive content on that. So that's those ones in that box, and then I think I might have some Reikio products in the last box. That's down here. Let's have a little look. No, I've got another Night Tracer, another Screaming UFOs. We had those earlier. Oh, I've got a couple of these. I want to show you these. These are impressive. Another Yorkie cake here. Really underrated. Fired this for the first time last year. Really, really good. It's called Phenomen. I think I pronounced that right. This has got a JW product code, JW812. It's 49 shots. It's 25mm caliber. It's low noise, but it's really unusual. How can I describe the effects on this? It's kind of like to billions. It's shots that go really high, but they only become to billions at their sort of their peak height, and they're lovely gold and they really shimmer, and they're quite unusual to billions, because normally to billions will kind of start spinning as they come out. These shoot up first and then spin, but like spin really for quite a while in that same spot. Really unusual. Low noise effect, nice sound to it. So I've got a couple of those. I'm going to fire those in a pair on either side of the sight. Really, really rate these from Yorkie. So if you're looking for an unusual low noise effect that's a bit different, then Phenomen's a good one to go for. And actually, no, thinking about it, my Reikio products are not here, because my Reikio products that I've got so far are 1.3G. And if you were here earlier on the stream, at the moment I don't have any of my 1.3G fireworks in my garage, and that's because I don't want to go over storage limits, because as soon as you put a 1.3G firework in the same place as a 1.4G firework, everything technically becomes 1.3. So whilst I am under the limit, the legal limit for how much 1.4G you can have in any one place at any one time, if I was to have any 1.3G product here, I would very quickly go over that limit. So so my 1.3G cakes, I have got some Reikio ones already. I'm getting some more Reikio ones tomorrow. I can let you know what they are, but I don't actually have them here to show you today. So let me just filter my spreadsheet again by Reikio. So unselect all and select. Okay, so I've got in my Liverpool display Thunderbolt 3. I would use more in my Liverpool display, but again, there's not that many Reikio products that are A, F2 and B, not 30mm. So Thunderbolt 3 is F2 and it's only 25mm tube, so I'm using that one in Liverpool. In my Manchester display, I'm using Dragon, I'm using Thunderbolt 1, Thunderbolt 4, Vortex 3, Vortex 5, Vortex 6, Vortex 7 and Wolf. So quite a lot of Reikio products in that display, but they are all 1.3G, so they're not here now for obvious reasons, so I can't show you those. So we've kind of come to a point actually where, short of me waterproofing stuff, we've kind of skimmed everything we can skim at the moment. Let's catch up on chat. Sparky Power, similar to mine, as my name is Mark 2, and Sparky came from when I was at college too, and as Fireworks with Sparks, and love powerful fireworks, so Sparky fits. Yeah, Sparky Power fits. I like that. Yeah. Well, that's Yorkie JW4. Which one's J? I'm behind on chat. Which one was JW420? I'm really far behind on chat. Let's. Oh, I don't want to do that. Bulletproof Mom. Bottom up, top down. Oh dear, I'm not here by the way. I'm sleeping. Lol. I appreciate you having me on in the background still. I know I know some people do that. I know some people fall asleep to my streams and just have it running in the background, and some reason people find my voice soothing and calming, and yeah, fine, whatever. I don't mind. I don't mind. You can have me on in the background as you fall asleep, and then watch the rest on the replay tomorrow. Why not? Had Screaming Banshee last year. Haven't tried Screaming. If you like Screaming Banshee, you'll like Screaming Demons. Say it starts exactly the same, but you get this amazing red falling leaves effect at the end, which just hangs in the sky for what seems like ages. It's amazing. Out of the two, I definitely prefer Screaming Demons. Defo stock up on Screaming Demons, giving the issues with the plastic. Yes, that is a very good point. There is plastic in there, so it's something to be aware of in your fallout area, that you are going to get some plastic tubes you'll need to pick up. And also, because manufacturers are trying to reduce the amount of plastic in fireworks, there is a chance Screaming Demons may disappear. But that said, I think people will innovate and they'll be able to find a solution to it that doesn't use plastic. So we were talking before about where do I see fireworks in 10 years' time. I see plastic being phased out of fireworks. Fireworks, mainly rockets, are having plastic phased out, and there's quite a lot of rockets you can get now that don't have a plastic cone on the top. They have a cardboard cone. They still have a plastic orange fuse cover, but I can see plastic being phased out of fireworks. So some mad random person, no, I was looking online, just ordered it from Blackpool Fireworks there. Yeah, so we're talking about Phenomen, I think. Because yes, that's available from Blackpool Fireworks. Yeah, tell him Marko said hi. Tell Neil runs Blackpool Fireworks. Really great guy, really nice guy. Tell him Marko said hi. And yes, if you're ordering products as a result of watching my streams, let him know that as well. Let's catch up on chat. Dale Gartland is here. Evening, pal. Hope you're well. Yes, I'm well, thank you. We are over 4 hours into this stream right now. I'm starting to flag. We'll end soon, but thank you for being here, Dale. And do rewind the stream and catch up on all the amazing fun chat and hashtags we've had earlier on in the stream. Some mad random person, I wanted to get Vivid Spectrum again. That's an absolute peach of a low noise firework, but I don't know anyone who has it. There's in trying to, yes. That's the thing, as fireworks become rarer, because obviously some fireworks get brought in year after year after year. Others, they get brought in 1 year in a big quantity and then they never get brought in again. So when it's gone, it's gone. And some retailers do capitalise on that and put the prices up on their last remaining stock. And yes, it does get a bit crazy. Ollie says, how does the Tybillion effect work? So it's a little tube. I don't think I've got something I can show you. So a cake, in a normal cake, in the bottom of there, you'll have a little shot tube. You ignite that, it goes up into the air. The Tybillion is slightly different. It basically has a hole in, if you imagine a tube, I need a tube to show you. Have I got a tube, any tube to show you? I have, but whether or not I can reach it. No, I can't reach it. You can imagine what a tube looks like. Let's imagine that's a tube. So it's a tube and it basically has a hole in the top on this side and a hole in the bottom on this side. So when the come out of that, it causes it to spin, basically. You've got effect ejecting this way and that way, and that's what creates the spinning effect. So it'll fire up into the air normally and then fire out from the sides, and that's what the motion of that causes the Tybillion to spin. I've wondered that for a while too, actually. Hopefully that helps, Brad. Have you ever used Vortex 3 before? I have used 2 this year. No, I haven't. I say I've got it in my display. I haven't used Vortex 3 before. I have used, what did I use before? I've used Thunderbolt 3 maybe before. It's the first time, because Reikio are still relatively new. They've only been around 2 years, I want to say. So last year I was a bit kind of unsure of them. So I used one Reikio piece in my Liverpool display and it was one of the best performing cakes in the display. So that's why this year I'm using that same cake again in the Liverpool display, but I've got quite a lot of Reikio products in my Manchester display because I've got more space. So Bulletproof Mum popped, not actually made it to bed, got sidetracked by the teens. Yes, it happens, doesn't it? I've got a 3-year-old who keeps waking up at like 4 o'clock in the morning. She's been doing that for the past week, which has been fun. So yeah, but yes, I'm still here. Not actually made it to bed yet. Pop back on while things settle down. It's nice to have your company back here for a short while as well. A 3D printer guy, I'm trying to get Classic Scream this year. Never had that whistling cake before. Yes, Classic Scream looks good. It was one that was actually going to be on my list this year, and then I instead went for the Screaming UFOs for something a little bit different. So Sleepless Nights don't always end well with the toddler stage. No, don't always end with the toddler stage. Yes, that's right. I got my delivery from Neil this morning, says Samuel. Yes, I got my delivery from Neil last week, and he was so hardworking. He delivered it. He messaged me saying, "Would you be all right to take a late night delivery?" I'm like, "Yeah, fine, I'll be up." Arrived at 11:15 at night, and I was like, "That's got to be your last delivery tonight, hasn't it, Neil?" And he's like, "No, I've still got one more to do, and then I've got to go and restock." So it's because everything's coming so late this year from China. We spoke about it on one of the other streams. There's been issues in China this year. It's been so wet over there. They've struggled to get fireworks dry. There's also been issues with shipping as well. So it's meant that normally fireworks for the season, new fireworks start landing maybe like June, July, August time. This year, a lot of them haven't been arriving until literally a week or two ago. So it's meant that everybody's had to be burning the midnight oil, retailers, importers, everybody. So credit to all those guys that are working really hard to get everybody their fireworks in time. Right, okay, yes, the Yorgi exclusive collection, right, I see, yes. I'm looking forward to trying the Vortex 3, yes, I am as well. Right, that's it, time for bed, says Ollie. Got a busy day planning and prep tomorrow. Thanks, Mark. I'll see everyone tomorrow, hopefully by all. Yes, I'll be ending soon as well. Thanks for your company this evening, Ollie. Appreciate it. Hope your prep goes well tomorrow. It's almost 1 a.m. It is almost 1 a.m. I've been going 4 hours, 10 minutes. I'm going to finish in a minute as well because I've kind of come to a natural point where I can stop. I've skimmed all the cakes that I can skim at the moment. I've got to waterproof them and stuff. I've still got a few stuff as well. So lots to do tomorrow. And plus I've got to go and pick up some of my 1.3G order as well. So lots more to do. I've still got to finalise my firing orders and get my timings right on those and do test runs on my firing system and things. So lots to do. It's now Wednesday. My display is on Sunday. I've got another display on Tuesday. So lots more to do, but it's been a fun 4 hours, 10 minutes for me. I hope it's been a fun 4 hours, 10 minutes for you, if that's how long you've been watching, either live or on the replay. Credit to you for sticking with me this long. Thanks to lots of new people as well in the chat today that have just discovered my channel, so big welcome to you. Say, if you've not subscribed, do consider subscribing. At least click the like button and let YouTube know that you like this. And we'll probably do some more streaming, maybe tomorrow. We'll see how things go. Obviously, I've still got a lot more to do, and it's more important that I kind of get these shows programmed and finalised and stuff. But if I get an opportunity to stream again over the next few days, I will certainly do that. But I don't know what time that will be. I don't know when it will be. But if you subscribe and enable notifications, then YouTube will notify you. So there we go. No more cakes to prep. There are more. I mean, there's waterproofing I need to do. There's fusing I need to do. There's lots I need to do. And I'm getting a delivery of more cakes. Well, I'm picking up some more cakes tomorrow as well. So there's still plenty more to do. That's certainly not the end of the cake prep by any stretch of the imagination. Plus, of course, I still need to assemble these cake boards for my display in Manchester, where it's on a football pitch and I can't stake and tape. I have to put fireworks onto these boards and secure them on here. So I need to work out where all the fireworks are going to go on these boards. I think I've got about 4 of these boards. I don't know if I've got enough boards. Do I need more? So there's lots more to do. What firing system do I normally use, Mark? So up until now, I've been using a system called WPS. Really good system. It was British made. Sadly, though, it's no longer made. The guy who made it was European. He's moved back to Europe and doesn't want to make it anymore, which is a shame because it was a great system. And it still does its job, but of course it's no longer maintained, it's no longer developed, it's no longer supported. So a month or so ago, I switched over to Firetech. I actually did a live unboxing here on my channel. You can go check that out after the stream's finished if you want. So Firetech is a system I've gone for. Quite an investment, significantly more expensive than the WPS system was. But yeah, a bit of an investment. I'm going to be using it for the first time on these 2 shows live. I say live, I'm not going to be live on YouTube. It's the first time I'm going to use it in a live show. I've done a lot of testing offline, I've done some videos and things on it. There's more Firetech videos to come, by the way. But Firetech is what I'm going to be using for on this show. So a little bit nervous because it's the first time I'm going to be using it on these shows. Hopefully it will all work. We shall see. Everybody's saying good night to everyone. Bulletproof, I'm saying good night all again. Brad's going, time for bed, pretty long stream. Yes, it has, 4 hours 13. It's not the record. My record is 4 hours 34, but we're not far off that. I've enjoyed the conversation a lot. Yeah, I've enjoyed it as well. Thanks for your company tonight, Brad. I really do appreciate it. Thank you. And Baby Lisa is here saying good night all. Dan Jones, good night. And thanks, Marco. Some mad random person says good night. Don and Brad, Sparky Power, your streams are great. I think the only channel that does this kind of behind the scenes thing in the UK. Yes, I think I am. I know there are lots of other Firework kind of channels out there that put out content. Some in the UK, a lot in the US. But I do think I'm the only one that kind of does these behind the scene streams. You can tell it's getting late, and interact with you guys in this way. So I do think I have a bit of a niche, but I appreciate that you guys are enjoying my content and my stream. So thank you for that, Sparky Power. And some mad random person is agreeing, yes, ain't it great? So yeah, I'm glad we can have this interaction, because putting out videos is one thing. Doing live streams, yeah, it takes a bit more stamina. You know, I've been talking pretty much non-stop for over 4 hours now with a sore throat. So it does take quite a lot out of me, but it's great to be able to have this interaction and be able to sort of read your messages out in real time, and you ask questions and me be able to respond to them. So I do love live streaming. And of course, anything can happen on a live stream. It's not really pre-planned, it's not pre-scripted. Whereas a video, you know, if you make a mistake, you can go back and, you know, edit it or do a voiceover and edit the bits out that go wrong and stuff like that. Live streams are a lot more spontaneous, so you know, I think a lot of fun. So I'm glad you guys like that as well. And yes, we've just gone past 1 a.m, so I am going to close this stream now, end this stream. Might see you guys again tomorrow for some more streaming. We'll see how my prep goes during the day and how far ahead I can get. So, but thanks for your company tonight. I hope it's been fun. I hope it's been useful. I know some of you said it has. That's great. So 3D Printer Guy says thank you again. My next job is getting to sleep tonight. Yes, my next job is getting something to eat and some drink because my throat's really sore. Then getting some sleep for all of about 3 hours before my daughter wakes up. And so yeah, that's my life at the moment. But there we go. I wouldn't change it for the world. Some mad random person says that one of the good things about your stream, Mark, is you're very informative about the inner workings of fireworks and their effects, as well as the safety side of things like characterization. Yeah, that's what I'm all about. You know, fireworks, they're explosives, they are dangerous. And I think the more you know about them, the safer you can be with them. And that's what I'm trying to do. I'm all about promoting the safe and responsible use of fireworks on my channel. So by talking about how fireworks work and the inner workings of them, I think that makes your use of them more safer. The more you know, the safer you can be. So I'm glad that you see that in my channel, and I appreciate that. So thanks, some mad random person. Who eats at 1 a.m? People who have been streaming for over 4 hours and talking non-stop for that whole time. That's who eats at 1 a.m, Baby Lisa. So anyway, I am going to stop this stream now. Otherwise, I will carry on talking. My voice is faltering a bit now. So thanks, everyone. See you again on the next stream, and have a great night. So, right, there we go. Right. Good night, everyone. Bye-bye.